for watching Questdale TV. I am the Wendigo that ate his face.
Frickin' snacks. Did you see? Questdale TV got an uwu. Uwu? Uwu? Watch. Oh man, that thing is nuts.
Bye, guys. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Oh my god!
God, we should get experience for all of them.
Well, I think we will. All these types of persuasions have always given us about the same.
All right, we won.
Just stop moving for a second. No. There you go. Ooh, you're spooky. Spoopy. Okay. Now there's a serious business right there. Pirate freebooter. A bang bang. Oh! I just skull cooked him. Okay. It's great to look at the ship. Now behind that hab goes this engine right here, this Ammon 3 engine. And that's the next level of the ship. The next level is another Ammon 3 engine, which will stack right up there, and then the Deimos cowling, forward cowling. Okay? And then I just put the tail on. That is the Deimos tail A. Oh, well, there you go.
You get hit by the flyers. They're the only things that can, like, you but just double tap space and then hit, and then breathe. Like, if you're hitting shit,
about done, guys.
it's about done.
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, land and die.
Welcome back to Quest ALTV. All the love to you paladins, lords and ladies. Let's do this.
Well, I'm not getting eaten by a demon bear, so I got that going for me, which is nice. Welcome. Welcome to Quest ALTV. Today, tabletop game design of Legion Chaos Realms. So it's a different kind of thing. It's a different kind of stream. It's a different kind of thing, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. Today I want to look at the abilities of... I look snazzy. I don't know about that. So this is... I thought for just nostalgic purposes, I would wear my Mind's Eye Games convention shirt. So that's what I'm wearing right now. Mind's Eye Games doesn't exist anymore, except in my mind. So, and I was going to publish Legion Chaos Realms under One Wolf, meaning it's just me. After my time in the tabletop game industry, I feel like I can only trust me anymore. And now there's not a whole lot of stealing of ideas and you know, that sort of stuff going on. But there is some dishonest stuff that goes on. And I think that you know, that's just people. Really? I don't think the game industry the tabletop game industry is any worse than any other place, right? But today I wanted to look at the different abilities that Legion commanders can give their legions in Legion Chaos Realms. And I wanted to take at least a cursory look at the supplies that would be necessary to kickstart this game to 100 copies in 2025. So we'll do that. And today, you know what I have for my Keurig? I have some weird, like, McDonald's iced hazelnut brew. So weird. But it just tastes like vending machine pre-sugared, pre-creamed coffee. So, but I should have done the ad when I was first on, and I should have done that. But we'll get to it. I wanted to get on a little earlier for you guys, so. But let's take a look at the Legion abilities. Unit icons. I guess we can do it through the unit icons. Unit icons new, I think, is where we're going to look. And maybe we'll do some of these as... this is the... Did you run it through my Keurig and then add ice? Yeah, that's how it works. You're supposed to run it through your Keurig at 6 ounces and then pour it over ice. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. I think that there may be a better way to do this. Let's see what we have on our... Yeah, we've got our booklet rules. We could go and check them out that way as well. Maybe I can move this around a little bit so that we can get the explanation on this side and then get the image of it on this side over here. There we go. I'm not sure if you guys can read that, but I'm going to go ahead and read it to you. So the simpler abilities, well, the simpler explanations are on a player reference card, so that you can have a reference to all of the abilities that are in the game. So under Archer here, it says, before combat, test your legions and remove an opposing legion for each 6. A die is rolled for each of up to 6 of your legions. Good morning, Wicksmitty, and put your faith in the light indeed. What's up? We're doing Legion Chaos Realms board game design. So for each result of 6 that is rolled, your archers cause an enemy casualty before combat. These count as normal casualties. The archer must still enter combat and either fight or flee. So, this is the micro ability that the archer has. Work Smitty on duty. Reporting for duty, sir. So that's the archer ability, and what we've chosen for that one is this little symbol right here. And it's harder to see it close up, but and then we've got Artificer, which is this symbol. And Artificer says discovery of artifacts requires one less realm clue. Well, let's look at something here. So under Archer, it says test your legions. Yeah, so I put this in the glossary. Testing legions. When an ability or effect requires a sovereign, that is you, the player, the person who's in charge of an entire race of warriors, to test their legions, it means to roll a die for each legion involved in the effect. Typically, an advantageous ability or effect, such as Nurturer, requires a roll of 6 on the dice to determine the number of successes. So you roll a dice for each of your little wiggle butt on the panda. So in the case of the Nurturer ability, each 6 would result in the addition of a legion to the realm. When the effect is detrimental, such as Peril, each die result of 1 would indicate a loss. In the case of Peril, those losses would be legions removed from the realms. Well, so that's wrong, isn't it? Yeah. That's wrong for Peril, so we're going to have to put that on our list. Here we go. We're going to have to because I think that if you guys were really paying attention last time, you know that under Peril, that it's not each one causes a legion to be lost. If any number of ones are rolled, a casualty is incurred. So. Okay, I think let's take a step back. Oh, I can't. Definitely can't show that. Okay, we're back to it. So here's the rules for Artificer. Discovery of artifacts requires 1 less realm clue. So typically an artifact pillage card requires the sovereign to own a route containing 3 resource symbols or clues. The Artificer ability reduces this requirement by 1, meaning only 2 of the 3 resource symbols need to be found on an owned route to discover the artifact and gain the victory point. So in that case, we'll need to pull up our master file that we're working on. Probably both master files at this point. You got it? Thanks, man. That bear had me on edge for sure. Okay, we'll pull the master file down here because we want to take a look at the existing artifact card for you guys. So, and that'll be under the pillage cards. Yeah, that's under here. So let's take a look at an artifact card. Here's an artifact right here, the Oasis Flail, right here. So these three symbols, you would have to have these three symbols somewhere in your network in order to solve this artifact, and then you get this ability. You may ignore peril effects on realms you control. Now, you have to use an action point in order to do that. So maybe these cards ought to include that. Well, this says constant benefit, so this is a little different. But some of these other artifacts down here will have... These are the large format cards, so we may have gone past the other artifacts that we had here. That's the Oasis Flail. There we go. So here, this grants a leader ability, the Siege of the Ram. Grants the leader ability, ignore opponent stronghold abilities in combat if you have the Siege of the Ram. But that's another leader ability requiring the placement of a action point in order to do that. So, but an artificer would only need 2 of these symbols in their network in order to solve this and gain this victory point. So let's go back to this. And then I think we'll move on to the next one, which is Aviar. That's going to be this symbol, this wing symbol that we picked. I think it was different in the... Nope, I think that's the same. Yep, that's the same. So you can, with the Aviar, you can attack, reinforce, or flee along a valid route over an additional realm. So Aviar units have a range of 2 realms, but must still obey route restriction. This allows Aviar legions to move to or attack a realm that's not adjacent to their starting realm. The Aviar ability also works in retreat, even to a realm other than their starting realm. So, if we go to our master file and go back to the hex map, if you were to look at this here, if I could go to, let's zoom to this selection so that I can show you with some arrows, I suppose. Okay, if we zoom to this selection here, then let's take so let's say that the Aviar was on 1, right? Normally, you can only attack or reinforce or move to the realms that are immediately adjacent to you. But an Aviar could attack if they had a route, if they had a valid route to 9. The Aviar could attack all the way to 9. And then on retreat could actually go even somewhere else. If they wanted to, they could retreat to 11 or retreat back to 1 without ever having to affect number 2 at all. So when your opponents have the Aviar ability available to them, you have to watch out that they could jump over one of your reinforcing realms. So if you only have heavy legions on the front realm, then that's yeah. Okay. The next one is Brigand. And these are in various colors for the tokens, but the Brigand is a broken wagon wheel here. And the Brigand ability, in addition to a leader action, so that means moving, attacking, or whatever, you can mark an adjacent enemy realm as nullified. When the ability is activated, a Brigand token is placed on the affected realm until cleanup during the next season. The marked realm cannot be used as a resource, a clue for an artifact, and does not count as a realm that is controlled by its owner. Okay? A realm that contains a brigand or traitor marker cannot receive a second marker of either type, so it can only have either a brigand marker or a traitor marker. If at any time a token is not adjacent to a friendly legions, it is removed. So you sort of have to reinforce this from an adjacent realm in order to use this ability. But this ability would keep them from counting their land as a forest if they needed it to build their stronghold. It keeps them from solving artifact cards. It keeps them from using the realm as a resource. Okay. The next one is Cloaker, I believe, which is this dagger. And the Cloaker ability says, in addition to a move action, so you can't attack with a Cloaker leader, but you can remove an enemy legion in an adjacent realm. Now, this isn't done through combat. This is just done directly. What's going on with my screen here? I'm live. We'll refresh that and see what's going on. Okay, there we go. So this Cloaker ability allows you to just remove a legion. So, and this is one way that you can, over time, you can deplete enemy legions just by going in and assassinating one of them. Even though the Cloaker ability causes a casualty, it's not considered to be an attack. It can't be used with an attack action. The ability still requires a proper route to the realm that loses the legion. The Cloaker may use this ability during a move action or without moving, but not with a combat action. Okay. So the next one is Crusader, and this is one of the most straightforward ones. So this is the double-crossed axes. And this one says, adds a die in combat if your legions are attacking. If during a combat a Crusader leader flees, they lose the benefit of the additional die, because they're not attacking anymore, now they're fleeing. So that makes sense. All right. Destrier. So the Destrier are basically the riders of Legion. And the Destrier may attack, reinforce, or flee into one additional realm. So this differs from the Aviator ability because the Destrier still has to interact with the first realm that they move into. But they could attack or move a second time. So during a movement, you normally have a range of 3 realms for your movement, and Destrier has range of 4 realms instead, because they can move 1 additional time. So a Destrier move would look a little bit different on the hex map. If we were to take and do a Destrier movement, they would first move into 2, and then they could move into 9. Now, 2 would have to be friendly if they were going to make this second move. But if it were an enemy land, they could attack number 2, and as long as they were victorious here, they could then also attack number 9 because of the Destroyer ability. Or on a movement, if they were to move their legions along this route here, instead of having 3, which this would be a normal movement for some legions, you would choose these 3 realms to receive their legions, right? Then you would move some legions from here to here, from here to here, from here to here. Actually, you would start with the furthest one away, but the Destroyer, however, could then also move legions a 4th time. Because they're riders, so they can go further. Okay. So the next ability is the Druid. And the Druid is this symbol right here, which is the Triskelion symbol. And the Druid is, in addition to a leader action, your legions ignore peril effects for the turn while you're on your home terrain. So, for example, if you had Elven Druids, they would ignore peril effects on any forest that they crossed over. Druids may use their ability reactively, but only before any dice are rolled. The Druid may use this ability during any action they initiate, including a combat or a move. In addition, an attack is initiated. If an attack is initiated on home terrain, the Druid adds a die for terrain affinity, in addition to the race's initial die. So, a Druid attack can be really powerful because they get an additional die if they're on their home terrain. The next one is Elemental. And the Elemental is this symbol right here. And the Elemental says continuous ancestral terrain is considered adjacent. So for an activated Elemental leader, realms in a chain of home terrain are treated as if they were all adjacent. Elementals may use this ability to move legions or to attack a realm behind enemy lines. This ability does not require the realms to be properly routed. So we'll probably have to find our simulator. And I don't know if we have one. We may need to pull up an example. See if I can find one. If I could find the back of the box, I could probably show you guys. But I think for our list here, I'm going to need to put on the to-do list for the next time. For next stream to okay, let's see what we got here. So we could probably zoom in on this game box here. And I can show you. In fact, let's just take this section of the board here. So I can blow it up for you. So, for example, an elemental leader that had a home terrain that was mountainous could move along this route here. Let's get black, I guess. I don't know how big this is going to be, but they could move from this mountain here, and normally they could only move adjacent, right? But an elemental leader could move from here to here because these mountains are continuously adjacent, right? And a forest elemental could move from here all the way to here as an elemental move, and actually would never occupy this middle realm right here, because they would just disappear into the forests right here, and they would just appear in the forests over here. Like a dryad would step into a tree and then just appear in that other realm. Okay? So there's not a whole lot of chains well, here's a chain of 4, right? Here's a mountain under the Abyss Lord's wing right here. So if you had a mountainous elemental, they could attack from here to here because they would appear, they would leave this realm right here, and then they would just go into the ground and then appear here, okay? And then attack this forest right here with their elemental ability. Yeah, we need a better map than that, don't we? But we'll leave that up for right now. And then the next ability in the rule book is Fate. Okay, and Fate is this symbol. It's like you're changing the arrows, switching them around. And that's what this ability does also. The Fate can re-roll any single die and take the new result. This ability can be used during a combat action, reactively during a season effect, or to re-roll any die even during another player's action. The Fate player still may not use more than one leader per turn. So you would, if you were using a Fate leader and you rolled, say, a 1, and you didn't want to roll that 1, you can re-roll that dice and maybe change the outcome of the combat. You can also do this during like a peril effect. If you only rolled 1 for the peril effect, you would lose a legion to that peril effect, but a Fate leader on their move could re-roll that die and probably 5/6 of the time not get a 1. So this can be actually really powerful. You can also make the opponent re-roll their die as well. So if they rolled a 6 and that was going to devastate your legions, you could fix that little problem by making them re-roll it. They might roll a 6 again, but okay. The next basic ability is the Healer. And that's this symbol right here. And the healer, after combat, you test your legions, and you recover a legion for each 6. You test your casualties. So let's say you had 2 casualties during the combat. You would roll 2 6-sided dice, and if you rolled any 6s, you would get some of your casualties back. So you took them instead to your healer, and they stayed in the game. Okay? So for each result of 6 that's rolled, you remove a casualty from your leader's action card and place it in a friendly realm with a route to the conflict realm. Okay, this healer ability can be used reactively to recover casualties from effects other than combat casualties, such as peril, as well. So you can get those back that way. The next one is Herald. What's up, Herald? And in addition to a leader action, you can move 1 legion between 2 adjacent realms. The adjacent realm does not require a valid route to use this ability. So that's really interesting. And that is, if you were attacking with 5 legions, we'll take these arrows out of here. If you were attacking number 2 here, if you were attacking from 1 to 2 with your Herald, and you were attacking with 5 legions, you could also bring 1 legion from 7 into the attack. Now, it still has a maximum of 6 that you can use, but this sort of gives you an additional reinforcement for the attack, and can also be pretty surprising to your opponent because you'll have 1 more legion in the attack than they thought you would have had. The next one is Joiner, and is a good example of the kind of non-conflict sort of victories that you can achieve. And here's the Joiner. It looks like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond. And the Joiner ability tests your legions in a triad or Joiner realm. So there needs to be a mine there, or some way to get the magic out of the land, like in a triad. Okay? You draw a pillage card if you roll any 6s. So this is a way you can get a pillage card without any combat. So these guys are basically digging for treasure on their turn without any conflict with another with another sovereign. And just like Peril, even if more than 1 6 is rolled, you only draw 1 pillage card with these. The next one is Nurturer. And the Nurturer ability does the same sort of thing as the Joiner ability. You test your legions, so if you have, let's say you have 4 legions on the realm, you would roll 4 dice, and for each 6 you rolled, you would add a legion to the realm. So this is having babies right here. This is your legions getting busy, and then adding additional legions to the realm. If during reinforcement you would have more than 6 in your realm, then you would move them to an adjacent realm that could have those in it. And I can't remember what that's called. And that is the terrain limit. So each realm can only have 6 legions in it. So we should probably add that to realm, unless we put realm capacity. So we'll do that. So under to do items, add add realm capacity and the rules for overflow to the glossary. So we will do that. But since we're talking about the nurturer, if you were to have some legions on here, let's 2, 3, 4. If you were to have these 4 legions on here, and then you were to roll the nurturer ability, and that nurturer ability produced 3 legions. Let's say you rolled 3 6s. Well, this realm right here could only have 6 on it. So let's say you also owned number 2. That's terrible. I can't get a hold of that. 3. Okay, so now we have the maximum of 6 legions on here. So then when you added those other 2 legions, if you also controlled number 2, which would be what, this color? This color? If you also controlled number 2, then you could place 2 more legions in number 2. Let's say it already had 1. So that would be under capacity. You could add those additional 2 legions to here. So that overflow would allow you to move those extra legions into an adjacent realm. Okay. Those are terrible legions. Terrible shape for the legions on that. But if we go into the next one is Oracle, and that's an interesting ability. That's this crystal ball right here. And this ability here allows you to, in addition to a leader action, you may view and replace or discard a season or pillage card. The Oracle ability, if used early in the season, can allow the Sovereign to plan ahead for the effects of an upcoming season. The Oracle may use this ability during any action they initiate, including a combat or move. So there's a couple of interesting things that you can do with the Oracle ability. One thing that you can do is you can look at a future season to see if it might be, let's say you're thinking about taking some plains realms, but you see that with your Oracle ability, you see that the upcoming season is the season of the vile cyclone. You might just wait. Excuse me. You might just wait to take those plains realms until the cyclone tears through there. So you would be seeing the future, and then modify your actions based on that. Another thing that the Oracle could do, you'd say, well, I want to take those plains right now, but I don't want my legions to be in danger from that vile cyclone. So it says you can also just discard that card. Now, you won't know what season is coming up after that. That's the devil you don't know. But you could certainly change it so that you didn't get attacked. You didn't get damaged by the vile cyclone in those plains realms that you're looking at attacking. Another interesting thing that the Oracle can do is they can look at a pillage card. You look at that pillage card and see if you want it. And if you do want that pillage card, then the Oracle can also initiate a combat action and take somebody's realm and then take that pillage card. So that's an interesting use of that. The next one is the Outlaw. And this is another one that just adds a die to combat. But the situation is different. With the Crusader, you add a die to combat if you are attacking. But the Outlaw adds a die to combat if your legions outnumber your opponents. So these guys are the bullies. Or, some people would say the bad guys, right? So if I have 5 legions and my opponent has 3 legions, in addition to the terrible fact that I outnumber them, I'm also going to get an additional die in combat because outlaws love outnumbering their opponents. That's how they like to fight. Okay? And then the next one is Radiant, which is really the opposite of that. So the Radiant ability, or the Paladin ability, gives you an extra die in combat if your opponent's legions outnumber yours. So Radiant leaders count on being outnumbered. Their additional die remains as long as the number of legions is less than their opponents, even if they're fleeing. Okay? Next one is Ranger. The Ranger ability, you can ignore path block restriction. So remember when we were talking about if a path is blocked by a lightning volcano? And they can also flee without reprisals. So you can attack with a Ranger, and then if you choose to flee, your opponent doesn't get to attack you on the way out. The Ranger ability eliminates the need for connecting paths between realms when moving or attacking. And in addition, Ranger leaders receive no casualties when fleeing and may flee to a friendly adjacent realm without regard to connecting paths. So that's probably also important for us to have on our example, so I could show you that. So okay. Then we'll go back into the booklet and get the next ability, which is the Sentinel. The Sentinel is another one of those things that adds a die in combat. And this is the look of the Sentinel. It's a castle. But this adds a die in combat if your legions are defending. All right. Siege ability. The siege ability negates the effect of strongholds. Now, normally, if you're defending from a stronghold, you win ties in combat. But if someone has a siege engine, you won't win ties in combat anymore. It'll be as if the castle wasn't there. Basically, the siege negates the effect of the stronghold. So next one is the Sorcerer. The Sorcerer is similar to the Healer ability, except after combat you test your opponent's casualties. And if you roll any 6s for those casualties are converted to a legion, to one of your legions. Okay, so healer takes your own casualties and maybe recovers some of them, and the sorcerer takes your opponent's casualties and turns them into minions for your own army. The next one is the trader. And the trader sort of works opposite of the brigand. In addition to a leader action, so a move or an attack, you can mark an adjacent enemy realm as allied. When this ability is used, a single influence marker with the sovereign's color is placed on the realm affected. The enemy realm's resources can be used as if they were owned. Route restrictions still apply. So, the way that this works is, if you were in realm 1 here, and realm 2 was an enemy realm, you would put a trader marker on this realm, and then this realm would count as if it was also your realm, even though it would still count as if it was their realm. So the brigand negates all of the card's resources, and the trader gives them to you. It borrows them for the season. Okay? If they wanted that trader off of their realm, they didn't want you to have the access to those things, then they would need to conquer this realm. And if they did that, then your trader marker would be removed because you would no longer have legions adjacent to the marker. The trapper is the next one. And the trapper is a spider web. The trapper ability may nullify the option to flee from combat, and you win ties when you are fleeing. The trapper may eliminate the option to flee if the trapper allows the enemy to flee. Pursuit is determined normally. The ability works against aviars, destriers, and rangers because although they have movement or fleeing advantages, the option to flee may be eliminated altogether by the trapper. So, if you attack somebody with a trapper, you can tell them that you're negating the option for them to flee, which means they have to stay and fight with you. You have somehow blocked the canyon or trapped the area so that they can't get away. If you're fleeing with a trapper, then you win ties when fleeing because you're leaving traps behind you as you flee. Okay, and normally the attacker wins ties in combat when they're chasing down a fleeing group of legions. The next one is Valorn, and it is an interesting and different sort of ability. It's this heavy helmet. And the Valorn says leader abilities are nullified, except for movement and ancestral abilities. So when this says except for ancestral abilities, the elves' ancestral ability is archer. So a Valorn could not negate the elven archer ability, but they could negate any of the other abilities of the player. So the way that this might work is, let's say a race other than the elves was attacking with an archer, and you're thinking to yourself, man, I don't want to take all that damage. You could use an action point in reaction and use your Valorn leader and just say your archer's effect does not happen. Okay? So I don't know if you guys, some of you may play Magic the Gathering or something like that. There's a spell called Counterspell, and it just makes it so that something doesn't happen. And Valorn is that type of ability. Okay? The next one is the Wizard. And for that one, you're just going to have to You're just going to have to take my word for it, I guess, because we don't have the example map up. Is this the ability that we used for that? The symbol that we used for it? It is. So they may use the activated realm's ability as their own. In the case of a wizard attacker, the ability is that of the attacking realm. In the case of a defender, it is the ability of the defending realm. So if we look at, let's look at the cards that we've already made and see if we can. It's loading that other master file that we were working on. Because we may need that anyway. I'll bring this over here and then we will go back to oh, this isn't the master file that we were working on. This is the one that we wanted, though. We didn't want this one. Okay, so let's look to the land cards. And I'll just show you an example. There's a lot of graphics here. Yeah, well, here's an example. Let's say that your wizard was on the Troval Lighthouse right here, and you didn't have the access to the joiner ability. If your wizard activated their ability on this realm, they would get to use this ability as their own. So the wizard's ability is the ability of whatever land they're on. So a wizard on the Savage would be able to use the Ranger ability instead. Okay? So that's how that works. And then the last one is the Zealot. And the Zealot ability is a little bit different from some of these other abilities. Before combat, test your legions and add a combat die for each 6 that you roll. So a die is rolled for each of up to 6 of your legions. For each result of 6 that is rolled, you may add an additional die in combat. Now you can only ever have up to 6 dice in combat, but you start with 3 dice. So you could earn up to 3 additional dice for your combat. And that can be a super powerful ability. But the reaction of the Zealot is always random. Now, so you can expect that whether you're attacking or defending, the average number, if you're attacking with 6 legions, the average number that you're going to get is 1 additional die. Because it's a 1 in 6 chance. So if you roll 6 dice, you should have 1 of those dice come up as a 6. But it could be more or less depending on your luck when you roll the dice. And those additional dice are lost if they flee. If a zealot flees, yeah, we've broken their spirit, and that's not going to work anymore. All right. Well, this would be right around the time that we would normally start the stream, so hopefully we'll pick up some momentum here. But I think it was cool to talk about these abilities, and let's go into this master file. And let's look down here at the victory cards. Because I think at the bottom we have we don't. So is that under the seasons? Let's roll to the bottom here and see what we find. All right, let's see this thing. I think I can actually bring it up on my screen. Let's see if we can open this in a new window. Yeah, is this going to be entertaining for you guys? Bring this down here. I'll see if I can. So that's Chrome. If I mute this, then we should be able to do it. Okay. You guys ready for this? What? Oh, guys. Kazawana, it's not enough for you that my hair is going to be purple. You know what? You got my heart going, though. So, that's good. Yeah, what a good sport. What a good sport. But when you're playing the Long Dark, it is already it is already like a constant burn of stress playing that game, just at all. Um, so well, that's cool. So this is the old master file. Let's go ahead and shrink that down. Let's go ahead and bring up our new master file because I think we're going to do some more work on some of these cards, which I think is what you guys are sort of used to seeing us do. So Legion 2025. And then we should have, let's view this by details. Yeah, don't we have one in here? Oh, here it is. Card design. We'll pull this up. Okay, it's going to pull it up on the other page. And sell it as merch? Well, then I would have to print extra copies for myself. So what I intend to do is to kickstart it. So Kickstarter is a website that you can go to, and then you can decide whether or not you want to support the Kickstarter. Like you could, for example, just give $1 to it and just say, yeah, I want him to make this game, and I want to give him $1 so he can make this game. But otherwise, what you do is you pledge a certain amount, and then you get a reward for that. And the typical reward for that is you pledge the amount that the game costs, and then you get a copy. Your eternal reward. You get a copy of the game sent to you. So let's say we find that the break-even point for this is around $60. Then what you would do is you would pledge $60, and then if the Kickstarter is successful, then you would get a copy of Legion sent to you. And that's what I plan to do, is kickstart it. But if we can get to the point where the stretch goals and that sort of thing make it so that we can make enough games, then yeah, I could have a certain amount of games available to viewers afterward. But I'm hoping that sometime in 2025, what we end up having is viewers that will want to purchase the game or, support the Kickstarter in some way. And then they'll just have a copy of the game sent to them. So we had worked on the lands cards. They sort of look like this so far. These are the ancestral homes that we've done. And then these are the normal lands that we've done. Like that's the Razor Scrub, Peregrine, and Long's Expanse. And then any of these, I'm sort of going back and forth whether or not I think that that's enough. For example, inside of that light blue area there, is that enough ocean on the outside of that card to make it obvious that that's an ocean card? I mean, there's also an ocean picture in it, but we could expand that, and I keep thinking to myself that maybe I should expand that light blue area there. I don't know, but one of the things that I wanted to do today is I wanted to see if we could get any better textures for these. Yeah, it looks oceany. Of course it does. But if you look down here, Grisumyip also has an ocean on it. Driftwood Shore also has an ocean on it. But we're just talking about the amount of the card that shows. I guess what I'm saying is, would you rather have a big picture like that and just a little bit of ocean around it so you know that it's a sea? Like, is that good there? I guess we could take this and fix it up so it's better for our purposes here. You like it the way I have it? Okay. So let's take this and let's do something different here. Let's take a color that we don't use for the lands. So maybe like a lavender, like a light purple sort of color. Okay. And then let's make this outer one, let's make it white. Because I want to better show you what the what it's going to look like. There's white. So let's make this white out here instead. Whoopsie daisies. Somehow we got to the inside of the card. There must be a hole there somewhere. Let's try 50. Nope, there's definitely a hole in the graphic somewhere at one of these edges here. That's why it's filling all the way through. And there it is, right there. So let's go with clone brush. And we will clone right on here, hopefully. There we go. Fix that little problem. Now we should be able to fill this, fill the outside with white. Oops, white. There we go. All right, so this will better show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to control copy this. We're going to kill off this one. We're going to paste special as a bitmap. Okay, and it kept it the right size. That's good. But now we're going to make this color transparent, this color. There we go. So that better shows you what the card would look like, because now we have taken white and eliminated all of the outside of that. So the only representation to us that this is a mountain resource card is that red texture that's around the outside. So if you like it like that, if you think that that as a 2.5 by 3.5 card would be good as a representation, then we can have the pictures really big. And Wixmini says he likes it the way that we have it, so let's maybe leave it alone. Leave Brittany alone. Look, if somebody wants to, you know, shave their entire head, you know, run around bald, or wear a mohawk, whatever, everybody gets to do what they want. As long as it doesn't hurt somebody else, right? So, but let's look at the textures. I think I want to try and get a texture for this. So let's pull up a new window and pull it down here. And let's get our Dream by Wombo working. And they have moved around the art styles again, so hopefully we still have, yeah, we have HDR v3 available to us. So let's try and make a bright green forest leaves background and see what it does. See, I think that's great, except it's not creating an actual background for that. So we may have to choose a different preset in order to get that done. And we want to use the same preset for all of them. So let's see what we get from Daydream. So this could be the background that we use. Instead of a pattern, we would use this, which it's kind of cool because it's just sort of a dreamy, messed up, I don't know, forest background. So if we save this to Legion 2025 under textures, we'll see if we can use it. So Legion 2025. And then let's create a new folder for textures. And then save it here as forest, I guess. But now let's see if we can get mountains and sea the same way. Let's see how that does. Maybe we get another dreamy sort of, yeah, I don't know, that might work. It's got a lot of green in it. So we could copy this over here. Yeah, I hit something else. There we go. We could try and color shift this so that it doesn't have as much green in it. We could take this red color from over here. And then we could retouch it. We could try to do hue to target and make that brush tip is pretty large, so it's kind of making it pink. What did I do? Did I ruined my tool? Okay. Opacity 10%. Let's go opacity 100. See what we get. Still kind of making it pink color. Oh, are we clicking the wrong thing? No, that is making it pink. So we need something a little bit darker. Let's take yeah, maybe this darker red. Maybe that would be better. Still not doing it. Color to target. Kind of making it into a purple. we kind of don't want to replace all of those things either. Maybe we just try and do this again. Let me go back up here and make sure that texture. That might be a good idea. Instead of background. No green. No green. Okay, much better. That might actually work. I mean, I want it to be real obvious that, so we may have to color correct this thing a little bit. But we'll make this the mountain texture for right now. Okay, now let's do a blue ocean water texture. See what happens. And for this, we're using Daydream. So I think I want to go into the Legion 2025 folder inside the textures folder. And I want to create a notepad. Yeah, new text document. For Wombo. And I'm just going to tell it that we're using okay, I'm going to pull this down here. Dream by Wombo. Using HDR. Textures using Daydream. Okay. That's weird. Just sort of, I don't know, scatters everything. No rocks, yo. I mean, this is for sea and islands. We can save it. We can bring up 4 of these and see what they look like, I suppose. Okay, this is a sea. And then we need Yep. Ninja, that's your gig. Just pop in and say Gramps. Is that all you have? That's all you have. So we're gonna create this one. I haven't. You know what? I haven't played Helldivers yet. Is that a game that you like? I like Starship Troopers, so I think I might enjoy Helldivers. Yeah. Yeah, this is a different sort of stream for me. This is a game design, tabletop game design stream. But I normally play survival games, and I do play a little bit of FPS or action games as well. So I will add Helldivers to my list of things that, well, I've already added it to the list of things that I'd like to play. I just need to find a spot for it on my stream. Maybe after we complete the Long Dark, we'll put Helldivers in that spot. And then you might enjoy that some more. How did I make my PFP? What is that? What is PFP? Oh, that's my profile picture? Yeah. I actually made that with Dream by Wombo. So this AI that I'm using right now enables you to use a profile picture like a real photo shot of the profile picture. I can demonstrate that here in a minute if that's something that would be interesting to you. Let's save this as planes and see how well we do with just using these four, because these might be some cool textures because they're different all the way around instead of being. So let's put this as planes, and then let's get on for Ninja. We'll show this other thing here. So let me find, probably in Questale TV. Yeah, let's go up to Questale TV, and then we can find an image that I used. Okay, well, there's one with some earphones, but I think that'll work. So let's go in here, and then you can use any of these that you would like your profile picture. So if you see one of these, maybe we'll just use the sticker just as the example, okay? Then you have to scroll all the way down to the bottom, and then you can upload an image to here, or we can drag an image there. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we'll drag this image over. Doink. So we'll take this and we'll drag this over. And just to take that this is an old picture of me with no bow tie. So, but we can crop that and then tell it that we want it to use. Yeah, it's a free site. And you can subscribe to it and get more features. Like I'm only making one AI, but with premium, you could make 4 at a time. And then you can actually go in and tell it to make variations, which keeps the image basically the same, but goes on from there. So we're going to use a sticker for this, but you could use any of these filters if you wanted to. And then, I mean, I guess we could put anything here. I don't know. But right now we're telling it that we want the influence from this to be normal on the image. So it's going to take and it's going to try and make a sticker that looks something like this, but so maybe it didn't do it very well. Maybe we turn it on weak and see what it does. Now, I don't know that that really looks like me, and somehow it put glasses on it. But let's go back up to the top because I used a different filter for this. So I think I used anime for it. If they still have that on here. So anime. And let's create that. I don't know. I guess it wanted glasses on there. And it made me into a girl. So then you can change the... I don't know. Maybe I have a really feminine face. Wow. That guy looks like he's been beaten about the head and shoulders, doesn't he? We'll put the influence is strong on this, but it should still do the anime version of that. That's just too much. I guess my eyes are buggy. So we're not having a whole lot of luck with that. Let's say we wanted to use this expressionism instead. Because maybe for your profile picture, you wanted something. The anime picture came out really well when I did it the last time. Oh, I think I used this one for the last one. So, and it put glasses on me again. What do my kids do? One is a research doctor, and the other one is a call center director. And then I have a marine biologist, and then my other one is still younger, so I don't think he has chosen his vocation yet. But anyway, you could see what you could do with this. I suppose if we wanted something different, we could try the comic one. See, and it's closer. So you just mess around a little bit with the AI until you get what you want. Now the picture that I actually used had a bow tie and everything, and so that's how the bow tie came up in the picture. And this is the other one that I was going to use, but I didn't like the black background as much because I have this stream color, whatever. Yeah, just mess around. Just do the mess around. And I should have opened this in Paint Shop Pro because the Microsoft version, whatever. Yeah, that's the other one that it came up with. See, so that's that works, I guess, okay. But I didn't like the black background on it. So, but let's go in, let's set this back to HDR and take this picture out of here. And then we'll work on this again in a minute. But let's set 4 of these to our new backgrounds and see what happens. So for this one, we're going to go to Format Picture on the fill here. And for the fill, we're going to use a different file for that and see if that... now we're going to look at the difference between the 4 because they need to be obviously the different types of textures that we want here. So forest. Okay. And maybe that'll give a more of a less cartoony sort of look to this with these textures. More of a rugged sort of look to it. That would be the mountains. And it's still maybe not red enough, I think, but and then let's put the C on this one. So if we use those for the textures for the design, see, I think they're much harder to tell apart. So what if we do a green, red? Can we do a yellow? Should be able to. What if we modify these pictures and then go back in and do that again? Let's go to the textures for Legion 2025 and then pull them all into Paint. And then let's try and do a color transformation on these. And see if we can make them better as far as the differentiation between them. The reason why there's Great Reef there is because I'm a member of the Great Reef. So Great Reef is a stream team that was started by the partner, the Twitch partner, Hey TK. So let me give him a shout out. And he's the reason I'm part of the Great Reef, and we just sort of all work together. We play Ark Survival Ascended together on official 5248, official PvE server. And let's go in here and see if we can adjust. Well, we've got red, green, and blue. That's nice. So on this one, we can turn the green up by 50. How about turn it up by 25? I think by 50. What do you guys think? You think that makes it look too cartoony? And we'll go up here and color adjust the red on this one. So on this one, we're going to go 50 red. And then on this one, we're going to go adjust 50 blue. And the yellow may stand at that point, I think. That might work. I want to give Hey TK the treatment though. So let's pop into my Dr. Seuss hat because I haven't done this for him yet. So yes, Hey TK is the aquatic adventurer of Ark Survival Ascended, diving into PvE with a splash. From taming dinos to conquering caves, they're on a 30-day streaming spree. Whether it's boss battles or farm runs, every stream is a deep-sea dive into survival. Join their school of followers for some mature, glorious gameplay. Just don't forget your water wings. I think I turned off Dr. Seuss. Because that didn't rhyme at all, did it, guys? Well, let's give him a hand. So the question is, how do I increase yellow? How do I increase yellow by 50? So let's see here. Let's look at let's look at our 6-color wheel. So yellow is between green and orange. So maybe 25 red, and I don't know. Let's try it. See if we can. And 25 green. Yeah, that made it more yellow. What if we go a higher? So if it was 3356 or 2040? Yeah, if it was a total of 50, that's a 60 modification. So 1733. 1733 might be a 50 modification on that. So, and I think these will be better, but I want to save this as Forest 2, just so we don't lose the original ones. Save this as Mountain 2. Okay, let's go back in and see if we have a better differentiation between these now. Uh, think that makes them different enough that you can tell what kind of I wonder if the sea could be a little bit more blue. Let's save that one. See if it'll change it. Okay, made that one a little bit more blue. Yeah, we might end up using those as the textures for that. And then if we want to propagate those textures, we can just use the format painter if we want. And I think that looks a lot better than the other texture that we had. I still think I would like the mountain one to be darker. Let's see if we can do that. Let's do a 0 brightness and then increase the contrast, maybe. It's maybe too much. Let's go down 10 brightness and up 20 contrast. 10 contrast. What if we do just minus 20 brightness? Save this. And I don't know, maybe this should be Red's the color that we've always used for this. But I think it would differentiate it better if well, that's yeah, that's nicer than this color down here, I think. And I think you get a good differentiation between these with these new colors here. Then we'll bring this forest down here. Lots of happy trees. Yeah, that'll probably work. Now, I think I don't really know. Some of these symbols, like the...
How long is this going to take?
Welcome in, Phil. Welcome in. Phil, if you've got something you would like to see in the game, or in the design of the game, rather, let me know. We can go over any of the rules. We can... I thought today we might also go over how we might be able to play this on stream. I've been working out some ideas. It would require a little bit of cooperation from the people who are playing it. But I think if I set up a Google Sheet and then shared the main map to everyone, and then did permissions for some of the rules. Okay, great. So let's take... Let's take and make a... let's make a little map out of this, I think. A little example map. Because we have... Well, I think that my other sheet may have an example map on it. Maybe my master file has a proper hex map. So maybe we can go into a little section of this here. We'll zoom this to, it's currently 91. Let's take it up to 150. And then pull over here. This will give us a good example. If we need to talk about some of these things. So the map is laid out like this, and these paths are currently generated by sort. So if I go over here to this section, and this section here, right here, if I sort it, then it will change these over here. But for example, this particular planes doesn't have a connection down here. So it's omitted from the map. So you create this battle map with the cards as they're laid out. And then you place your ancestral homes. So let's get a couple of ancestral homes and put them on here. We'll go to the other sheet and grab a couple of those. In the basic game there is. Let's copy this and bring this over to this map here. So let's paste this, not home, paste special as a bitmap. And then we will shrink this down to the proper size. So when you go, first the map is created, and the map is created with these lands out here. And then you choose where your ancestral home is going to be. Now, because the orcs' ancestral terrain is forests, they might want to place it here, for example. Okay, so they place it just outside the map. It's a different map every game, yeah, absolutely. Like if I were to go back here, if I still have this area highlighted, I don't. So I would take this area right here, and now this is not how it's procedurally generated, but it's procedurally generated by laying out these lands. But I'll show you. This would be a whole different map. Did I do it right? Did I do it wrong? I didn't sort it. I just hit F9. So if we sort these, it would be the equivalent of, and actually I should just A to Z this. There we go. It would be the equivalent of picking all the cards up, shuffling them 3 ways, and then laying them out again. So then this wouldn't necessarily be an advantageous. Well, he's got 1 forest there as far as where he places his ancestral terrain. His ancestral home for the terrain advantage, whatever. So, but you can see it's a different map now with different ways to move around and all that sort of thing. It's got a couple of cities on it and some other things. But anyway, so the orcs might place themselves here. You're going to want access to plains, forest, mountain, and sea. So you could place it over here between these two right here, on where these paths would connect here and here. But having access to a mountain would be harder because you've got to go all the way out here to get access to it. The closest access for the orcs, if they're going to choose first, is maybe right here. Okay, so this path would connect to this forest and this path would connect to this mountain, and then they could grab the sea just 1 out from there. Okay. Then we might go and have the next player. This is all done randomly. The next player would choose their race or have their race randomly determined, and then we would get their ancestral home out here. So the dwarves then might place their ancestral home next. So we'll go paste as a bitmap. Did I copy it? I evidently didn't copy it. Pretty sure I did copy it. Copy. Copy that. Paste. Paste special as a bitmap. Okay. Then we can shrink this down to a size where we can add it to the map. Be a little bit larger than the land, I think. But so the dwarves might place theirs right here. The advantage is that they can more easily defend mountains because mountains are their ancestral terrain. They do have access to a forest. It's all the way out here, but it's close. And they have access to a sea over here. So they might place their ancestral home here. Then you would place your legions, and each player would... So if this were just a two-player game, then that's how that would work. Otherwise, we could get another race on here. Maybe we take one of the noble races. We'll take this one. Copy that. Pay special. As a bitmap. Yeah, and this is just a rough idea of how that would work, but so this is a plains race, and they're going to want access to mountains, forests, seas, and of course plains. There's not a place where there's two plains on the side, but they could place here maybe, or here. Depends on what they want to do, but you could more easily defend this plains here, because there'd be a path, of course, from your ancestral home to there. But they would have access to a mountain all the way out here. But either way that they stretch, it's going to be hard to get a hold of all of them. Putting it here would make you more in conflict with the orcs, I think. Because they may want to come over here. They may want this mountain, but this mountain here. So then each one of the players in order would then choose where they were going to place their units. So you're given a certain number of units depending on the number of realms that you have. And if we scroll up to the basic game, 3 players would be expected to have 6 realms apiece, and would have 18 legions to place out onto the map. So this particular map that we're looking at here would have 37 realms, right? But if you played with more players, you could have 61 realms or 91 realms. Since when are nomads noble? Well, that's just what they call their race. They're a race of warrior women, and they're just called a noble race because they, in lore, they just generally conduct themselves that way. But we don't even have to keep that in the game. They can just be races, and you can just say that these particular nomads are nasty. Like, it doesn't affect gameplay at all. But in the initial creation of the game, they were called a noble race, and then other races were called dark races. You can see it's not on the card right now. But these were the noble races initially, the elves, dwarves, nomads, and tritons, and then the dark races were orcs, trolls, goblins, and Ixith, but you could play them any way that you wanted. Yep, that's true. So maybe I remove that completely, because we certainly don't want it to affect the way that the game is played. So we're going to put so all or nothing, right? All or nothing. I agree. And I never thought of it, in that way, but certainly that's something that we can talk about. So we're sort of setting up the game here. These are just simulated. It shows what resources they have. It doesn't show also their the ability that's on here, but we intend to do that with our map. So I think for next time, I'm going to have a full map ready, and we can go through basically how the game is played from beginning to end. Well, from beginning through to the middle, and then show how it would end, I suppose. So let's go to our to-do list, and then here have a legions. Okay. Okay, so let's go back in here, and but we'll just talk about it from a 10,000 foot sort of view, whatever. So we're going to insert a shape. We're going to make a circle, I suppose. And we're going to take the fill and make it a solid fill of yellow. Make this line here and make this like 50% transparent. So when the turn would go like this, the orcs picked first, then the dwarves, and generally this would be the place that they'd be sitting at the table as well. But the orcs would pick first, and then the dwarves, and then the nomads. After you chose the place for your ancestral home, it reverses order. So the last person to pick the place for their ancestral home would then pick the place for their legions to start with. So the nomads might pick this mountain. If it's going to be the hardest for them to get, they would put a legion here, and then they would claim this particular land. Okay? So now if we take this one and fill it with the dwarves color instead, red, then the dwarves might pick and say, well, I need this forest, and these guys control forests, or that's their ancestral terrain, so they fight better there. So the dwarf might pick this land right here for his. Okay. And then we'll have a much easier time after we make one of these for the orcs, but this would be the orcs one here. And they would choose a place to place their legions. And they, they don't really have access to a sea. So if they wanted access to the sea, they might actually place their first one all the way out here. The orcs have the advantage that they also get to place a second one. And actually, let's format this with a green line. That'll help us out. Or not. I think maybe it won't. Well, we can see basically the three colors of these. The colors of the lands beneath them are going to modify them. Maybe if I shrunk them all down and then made them a solid color. Point two. Point two. And then brought the transparency to 0. I didn't want them all to be green though. This one was picked by the orcs. That is green. This one was picked by the nomads, so we'll make that yellow. And this one was picked by the dwarves, so we're going to make that red for right now. Also, everybody can pick whatever color they want for their legions, but we're just using the ones that are the same colors as their ancestral terrain just to start with. So I guess we can cover up the number. That doesn't really matter. The orcs have the advantage that they pick twice because it starts the order again at the orcs. So then they would maybe take this plains here. Then the dwarves would choose again. And they would want to choose this C probably. And then the nomads, this goes much faster, of course, than what I'm doing right now, but they might want to choose this forest here before the orcs try and take it. Oh, they have a forest right next to them. They're going to choose this C. And because the nomads are the last, they would also go twice this time. So they've got mountains, seas, so they might choose this one, just thinking to themselves that if somebody did try and choose this, that they would easily take it, being that it's a plains. And then the dwarves would choose. They've got forest, seas, they need a plains. The dwarves might actually reach out all the way to here or here to get a plains for themselves, putting them in conflict with the orcs. And then the orcs would choose twice. And they're going to want to connect this up. But they're going to place here and here. Okay, then the dwarves would choose again. And the dwarves don't have mountains, but they have mountains right next to them. So they would want to connect all of this up. Maybe choose another forest. The nomads got what they want, and they place here. And then they also place here. Okay, then the dwarves would choose. Maybe another C. And the orcs would use here. And here. Okay. This may be hard to hold against the dwarves since their ancestral terrain is mountains, but I'll grab another forest there. And now the nomads are maybe trying to control the most plains. Also, this is a plains triad, even though they're not connected here and here. These three form a triad right here. These three form a triad, and the orcs own all of that. These three also form a triad, but it's also the dwarves' ancestral home. So they're definitely going to place there. And the orcs might take this city and this mountain here. Sort of causing the dwarves to go this direction. Maybe they would want to take, they don't have a route to it right now. So either to take this city and then hope that the nomads don't take this mountain, or to be able to conquer it later. And maybe these guys do take this, and also this sea. Maybe the dwarves don't want to spread themselves out too much. They take this one. And now the orcs can either choose to place an orc legion somewhere where they're not connected. And that's going to be much harder to defend. Or they could just pass. And they would just keep those legions for reinforcement later. That means that the orcs might control less lands than the others, but their lands would be more heavily reinforced with these extra legions here. So they'll keep those in reserve and pass. The dwarves might want to take this mountain and then just hope to be able to control all of this. In which case, the nomads might say, I'm also going to pass and just reinforce my other lands more later. And then if both of these players pass, and then the dwarves decided to, they could place on all of these lands here. And this would be the starting map right here. So each of the races would take any of their remaining legions. See, the dwarf has placed 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 of their legions. So they would only have 3 more legions to place out here. So they would maybe want to defend this city here. And knowing that the nobles have the ability to fly, they might reinforce this one again, and then place one more for the reinforcement of the forest against the orcs here. So the dwarves have spread themselves extremely thin. they also had the option of just leaving these vacant at the beginning of the game and then hoping to reinforce them later. But this is what they did. Now, the orcs have 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So they have a lot more to reinforce their area here. They're going to want to keep the plains away from the nobles here. The children of the forest race. Yeah, those guys are scary. And so maybe it would reinforce this one here. And of course, they'll have one on their ancestral home from reinforcement after the first reinforcement phase, whatever. We're going to defend this from the dwarves. We're going to defend all of our front lines with 2. And because the nobles can fly, we're going to reinforce this forest with another one. And then look to be on the attack maybe from this mountain into this forest at the beginning of the game. And then reinforce this city here. So the nobles have 3, 6, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So seeing that the orcs are stacking up this front here, they're going to defend these 2. They may look to attack this sacred sea from this plains here. And defend and or take some lands from the dwarves down here. And put a heavy attack on the dwarves from this sea. So placing all of these down here. And then that's how the game sort of gets stacked up organically from the beginning. So if we were to do a simulation of one of these combats, we could do that with some randomizers over here. And I'll have this better for next time, but okay, so we're going to do an integer of random times 6, times 6 plus 1. That's going to give us a number between 1 and 6. Okay? So these will be our dice right here. You can pull them down and then maybe we'll do this as the attacker and then this is the defender. Okay. And we're just going to hit F9 to generate those numbers. It's not a bad spread. I don't agree with what I did for the dwarves. I think that they shouldn't have spread themselves so thinly. And I think that they're going to get punished for it, but we'll see what happens. Now, without using some of the more... I mean, we could pull the abilities of these guys onto the screen as well. So if we go to... we're already in the master file, so if we go to the victory cards, I think is what has it. Yeah. So we can come up here and get the orc card that they would have, their commander card, available for them. Up here, Kobold, Dryad, Caravan, Lycane, Orcs. So this is the Orcs commander card right here. And we can bring that over. To the hex map right here. There we go. Okay, now let's take this and paste special, bitmap, and we'll take the Orcs leader card and place it on here. These are the leaders that the Orcs will have available to them. And then maybe we'll just make these larger so that we can so that I can actually see, and I'll just explain to you what's going on with that. And then let's take some action points and place them on here. And those are a different color to differentiate them from the legions themselves, and those are the color of like a supply crate. So we'll just make that the color of a supply crate and give him 5 action points. And those all go under action points available at the beginning of the game. Just like that. We'll go get the dwarves card from victory cards. And here's the dwarves card. Copy that. And ooh, woo. Wixmitty. And then let's paste that as a bitmap also. And we will make it the same size as the Orcs card.
Impressive.
Yes. Okay, let's make this the same size as the Orcs card. And then pull it over here. And then we'll also get the dwarves, their action points. Copy and paste that. Bring these over here. And then we'll need room for the, we'll paste these action points over here so that we'll have them for the nomads here in a second. Here's the nomads card for their leaders. And this is a player aid that is available for the players. It also keeps track of game state. So we're going to paste this as a bitmap. And then look to make it the same size as the Orcs card just for whatever our display purposes here. Okay, and then bring the Nomads card over here off of the map, and then take all of their, by selecting those objects, we can select all of these objects and then move them onto the Nomads card. We'll bring them to the front. And then move them onto the Nomads card. Okay, so now we can start with the Orcs' first turn. And the Orcs are going to, let's just, because you can move legions around, but there's probably not a whole lot of anything that's necessary for that to happen. We're going to give the Orcs their reinforcements. And that is going to be 3 for being a noble race and 1 for having each type of terrain. So they would have these available to them in their ancestral home at the beginning of the turn. These 4. And it looks like yeah, it looks like when I pasted stuff here, it changed. Did it change this? Wastes. So the dwarves own a waste now right here. So good morning, Warrillians. We are working on tabletop game design of Legion Chaos Realms. It's a board game that I've had in the works for about 20 years, and I want to kickstart it in 2025 so that people could actually own a copy of this board game. And it's a different sort of stream, but I've seen people doing art and, I don't know, making foam weapons and all kinds of other things. So I thought I would introduce the audience to something else that I do, which is board game design. And right now we're talking about how this game would go, you know. So they would have these 4 legions available to them. And the dwarves would also have 4 legions available on their ancestral home, and so would the nomads. So. Okay. So if the orcs wanted to, they could make a move instead and that they could reinforce their front line. But instead, the orcs are just going to attack immediately. So the orcs are going to attack. They're not going to attack this forest, are they? Or maybe they attack over the wastes. Okay, so the orcs can't attack this direction here without a ranger. They do have a ranger. So they could either use their ranger to attack through this block, because the ranger says may ignore path block restriction, because right now this is restricted right here. Have I considered not using the orcs, elves, dwarves, etc. as the names of the races, since they're used in so many other games? Maybe there's some tradition that supports this, but I don't get why these are used over and over again. They're generally used over and over again because of, well, let's go all the way back to ancient tradition and talking about, you know, these races. Those races are, in various incarnations, are ancient tradition, like the Fey elves and Fey dwarves and all of that sort of thing. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Well, and I think that some people like them, but if we go to the victory cards, I'll show you. I do have elves, dwarves, nomads. These are like mermaids, whatever, but they're called Triton. And then orcs, trolls, goblins, and then Ixith is a race of fishmen that look like an angler fish, kind of in the face. These guys are different. But then we go on to some other ones. I do have gnomes, but I have Lycain, which is a race of werewolves. Celestial, which is like an angelic sort of race, but they're called Celestials instead. The Shades are living undead, so they control themselves. And then the Caravan are kind of like a Wendigo, sort of like an elk sort of race. Dryads, whatever. So it also helps if they understand what they're playing. Yeah, so I feel like I've got a good mix. I'm going to go ahead and put it under the suggestions because I want to keep track of what you guys are saying. Okay, I'll put that on here, but I want to show you one of the things that I have in the Legion rulebook, and that is under the special thanks. It says, thanks to John Ronald Rule Token for authoring the classic high fantasy works that inspired a modern mythical renaissance. Dungeons and Dragons comes from Tolkien. So Yeah, so I mean, at least I have that. I mean, I do have elves and dwarves and that type of thing, but non-stereotypical races added into the game, I think, really helps as well. And the intention is that the kickstarted version of this game would have all of these races available for them to play. So seers, nymphs, kestrel is like they're kind of like harpies, but they're not as ugly. Dryads, winter are kind of like Vikings. Gray are doppelgangers or shapeshifters. Kobolds. The Musae are a race that they kind of look like ram men or goat men. The bag here are just spiders, like anthropomorphic spiders. The Rattans are some pirate rats, and Corrid, Draconis are dragons. The Crowned are a mercenary race. The Croftus are treasure hunters, and then we go on from there. For people who are not immersed in or into Tolkien, it is not a plus to have all the stereotypical races. You like the fact that I have more imaginative races? Yeah, I agree. So let's go back to the hex map and let's go into this first turn where the orcs. Let's make a first player token here so that we can keep track of what we're doing. Let's insert a shape. And then make this a proper size. Yeah, 0.5. Oops. 0.5. Whoopsie daisies. 0.5. And then let's go to the fill for this and use a picture fill for this from the Legion unit icons. And we'll just use this for our Legion unit icons new. And then we'll take this and then give it a black line. So this is going to be our active player or our first player. The game does include a first player token. So what font? Copperplate. The one that's on here? I'm not sure. We could look. Arial is currently what's being used for that, but we haven't created these cards yet, so certainly that's up in the air. And any of these fonts are up in the air. This particular one is Arial Narrow, but so the orcs are currently the ones taking the turn. They're going to attack the title font. Oh, possibly. Yeah, Copperplate Gothic. So that's up in the air. If you'd like a different one for that when we create those cards, we'll go to do that. But we're going to take the orcs' first turn here, and we're going to attack this forest with the ranger. So the way that this works is the orc would choose to use his ranger. And you would either need to have a wild symbol on one of your lands or the ranger symbol in order to power that leader. We can't really see those right now, but see this one right here? It does say this is a wild forest. So then the orc would say, I'm going to activate my ranger leader. And this ranger leader is going to be activated from this wild land right here. There's a path that goes to this mountain and a path that goes to this mountain. So he can use these resources through his network to power this ranger. So he places his action icon right here. This is action points, right? Supply. So he places this supply over this ranger to show that it's used for the season. And then he's going to move his legions to indicate the attack. And you just sort of move your legions in between these two realms, showing that they're attacking the dwarves. All right. And then the dwarves get to decide whether or not they'd like to use an action point for defense. So if the dwarves did want to defend this, they know that the orcs are going to get an additional die because they're attacking. They're attacking a forest. And a forest is the orcs' ancestral terrain. See? So, the dwarves may want to use an action point to try and defend themselves so that they don't lose this forest. So we'll take this action point and place it on Sentinel. Now, the dwarves need either Urban, which is this purple symbol, or Sentinel to defend this. All right? Sentinel is their ancestral ability. So they don't ever need to power this one right here. Okay? As long as they have access to their ancestral home. So, and that path changed. But the dwarves still have a path to get that supply there. Just barely. Okay? But that supply would go from their ancestral home. They should just talk it out. Now, you can talk it out to a certain extent. The dwarves could say, will you let us retreat? So, and this is where it would be important to have people playing these on the stream. Now, certainly, we could better lay out the map with the lands and everything, and then just take a couple streams to play out some of this with the players just chatting it to me from the from the chat box. And maybe that's what we'll do. But in this case, does anybody have an idea? So the dwarves have a couple of options here. If they don't want to use this action point to try and defend it, they could just run. Or they could try and talk it out with the orcs and say, I tell you what, I'll let you have this land, but I don't want you to kill any of my guys. I'll retreat into this sea over here, and you can just take this land. Okay? Now, the orcs may want to get a pillage card for this instead, because that helps them get victory points, right? So they may not want the dwarves to retreat with no casualties. The only way that you get a pillage card is if you have something to pillage. So you will need to destroy one of your enemy legions if you're going to get a pillage card. So we'll say in this case, the orcs don't want them to retreat. So the dwarves say, well, you just let me retreat to the sea. And then the orcs say, well, we're going to chase you. So, that's up to you. The dwarves know that they will lose ties in combat if they do retreat to this sea, but it may conserve their legions to do it, or they could just defend and try and win this thing. If nobody has any inclination one way or another, then I think we'll move on to have the dwarves try and defend that land. They're going to place one of their action points down here to defend that land with the Sentinel, which is their ancestral ability. There's no game mechanism for negotiation. No, it's just players talking. Yeah. There was at one time going to be an expansion for diplomacy, but it makes the game a lot more complex to start with. So maybe that's something we could do for a stretch goal, and then I could actually implement the diplomacy. constant treaty breaking. Yeah, I suppose. But to some extent, the three races that we've chosen are races that normally get their victories by conquest. So players can negotiate verbally if they want to. Yeah, absolutely. Just in this case, the orcs are going to be, yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's just a difference in the sort of game. So the orcs are going to go ahead and attack. We'll need our dice, and I think that I covered them up, but I can easily make one or make a set of dice down here. Okay, so we're going to make this equal to integer random times 6. Oops, times 6. Plus 1. This is going to be our die right here. And the orcs are going to have 4 dice. They're going to have 3 dice for their number of legions. Okay? Then they will have another die because they're attacking into a forest. Forest is their ancestral terrain, so they get another one. So, you just never invite Joe over to play the game in the future since he said his orcs would not invade. And land affinity, right. So, they're going to have 4 dice, and the dwarves are going to have 2 dice for their number of legions that they have. And they're going to have 1 dice because they get an extra dice if their legions are defending because they activated this ability of this leader right here. So they're going to have an extra dice. And then after we place this dice down here, now only 3 dice are ever compared during combat, but since the dwarves only have 2 legions, they may lose them all. So we're going to roll these dice, and the way that we're going to do this is we're going to hit F9, and I hope that this isn't going to change this again. I don't think that it will. Let's hope it doesn't. But anyway, these here, we're going to hit F9, and that's going to re-roll those. I think it is changing the lands that we're... It's changing the lands that we're using slightly. But now that that one's back to a city, let's go ahead and let's make these static for right now. And I think it did change them again, but it won't change them anymore after that. So, okay. So here's the rolls that we have, all right? And they're compared top down. So the orcs, you would just rearrange the dice so that they were top down. But the orcs roll for 3 of their dice is 5, 5, 4. Okay? And the dwarves roll is 5, 2, 2. So these 2 5s right here are a tie, so no one dies there. This 5 is compared to the next highest dwarf die, which is a 2. So the dwarfs lose 1 legion. And this 4 is compared to the next highest die, which is a 2. So the dwarves lose 2 legions here. And the orcs complete that and receive a pillage card for that. And they have to equalize their legions between the 2 realms. So since a forest is easier to defend, maybe they just leave these 2 legions in the sea and place 1 legion here. Okay. And that would be the orc's first turn. It's taken in a group of micro turns. So the orcs would have a pillage card. And if we went to just the first pillage card that there was here, which would be under victory cards. We'll see the first pillage card that they could get. It looks like the dwarves get the Cursed Rune Sword. So they would have to have a rural, an arcane, and a wild in their network in order to solve this card. So we'll copy this card and bring it over here. Paste special bitmap. And we'll make it much smaller. Maybe if we figure out what size this is, we can... We can just do this in the future. So we could make it a height of like 2. Okay. So then the orcs now have this card, and they're going to try and solve it because you get 1 free action each turn to try and solve one of your cards. And we will send this to the back. So it's behind their card there. But do they have an arcane? They do possess an arcane, and that has a network to their ancestral home. They do have a wild, and that has a network to their ancestral home. And do they have a rural? Here's a rural C right here. Okay. So they possess all of these. So this is solved. And they now have this leader ability that they can use with their action points in the future. And they also have 1 victory point as well. All right. But that's the orc's turn. Now it's going to be the dwarves' turn. And the dwarves are going to try and reinforce their front, I think, against the orcs since they're going to be aggressive. So the dwarves, for their action, they will need to spend an action point, but they can use any one of their leaders to do it. So I think they're going to use their ranger leader. It doesn't it doesn't use the ranger's ability, but they're going to reinforce by moving some legions along a line. And they're going to choose these 3. So during a movement, they can choose 3 realms that will receive a legion. Okay, or 3 realms that will move their legions. So what they're going to choose is, from this map, they're going to choose this will move their legions, this will move their legions, and this will move their legions. So they're going to choose these 3 lands. They take the one that's furthest out, and they move as many as they want into the next one. Then they take the next one out, move as many as they want, and then they move as many as they want out of here. So they're going to move 2 out of here into this mountain for defense, and then they'll leave 2 in their ancestral home. And that movement is the dwarves' full turn at that point. Yeah, so the graphics as they stand, this was the last printing of Legion, and I just didn't I didn't like some of the graphics, and also some of the graphics were not mine. These were pictures that were just taken. So these were 6 copies of Legion were made by hand, and just given as gifts to people. So there was no, I didn't sell them to them. I made them each at a copy at a cost of about $120 a piece, and then I gave them as gifts to people who have helped make Legion through the 20 years up to this point, just so they would have a copy of the game that they could play. But for example, this stained glass window on Anciella is just a picture of a stained glass window that I found. So I don't want to use somebody else's art. I want to use all of our own art for this, and art's basically it. But yeah, the game has been in development for 20 years, so the mechanisms are pretty much done. I'm open to talking about the mechanisms on this stream as we go on. But as far as that goes, the game works swimmingly with no found exploits and no holes in the rules, to the extent that we've played it over and over again for about, I don't know, 5 to 10 years in its current state. So with just little adjustments made here and there, or more explanation put into the rulebook, so that the edge cases can be discovered in the rulebook, either under the glossary or in the section which describes in a little bit more verbose manner, for example, how to move and things like that. But even your complaint about races can be avoided by just using all of the other races that I did not know you had. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I appreciate that, Phil. So that's the dwarves' turn. They didn't get a victory point. They didn't get a pillage card, but they're just trying to reinforce their front here. That's really all they could do. So that was the dwarves' turn. And now we'll move on to the nomads and see what they're up to over here. So now it's the nomads' turn. And the nomads have a pretty strong front against the orcs and the dwarves over here. So they do notice that the orcs have aviars. Okay, so they could fly over and attack this plains and then be right next to the nomad ancestral home. So maybe they don't want that to happen, and these 3 realms can move their legions. So the nomads will use one of their abilities that they don't think they'll use later on in the turn. Oh. Well, we do have Nurturer, but we could maybe use it later once we have more legions somewhere. They don't think they're going to have to use Rangers, so they're going to use their Ranger ability. Now, you don't have to use Supply if you're not going to use the ability. So this leader is just going to initiate a movement action, so we won't need to find a wild, even though they do have access to wild on either one of these lands right here. They're going to move these 3. So they're actually not going to move this one, but they'll move this one from here to here to reinforce this front. No, they're going to move it from here to here because the forest will be harder to defend against the orcs if they come that direction. And then they'll move 3 of these, I think, into the plains to keep the orcs from flying over, and they'll leave this last one in their ancestral home. And that's the nomad's turn. So then we move on to the orcs' turn. You see these micro turns make it so that everybody can participate equally over the entire season, but the turns are very short. You don't do all of your attacks. You can only make 1 attack or move or action, during your season. If we're going to play the orcs as extremely aggressive, then maybe we go and try and... there's not a whole lot of places that we could take. One thing that I didn't do, and that is place the initial legions on Dominatus. Now, Dominatus is occupied by 3 ghosts at the beginning of the game. So let's fill this with a gray so that we can still see it, but so these 3 legions will be on Dominatus at the beginning of the game. Dominatus is one of the victories that you can claim in the game, so any one of these races may want to take this central castle as kind of like a king of the hill sort of mechanism. But it doesn't look like the dwarves or the orcs are ready to do that right now. This is also a castle, so these ghost legions would win ties in combat. So attacking with less legions than they have there is not going to work. So maybe the orcs, seeing that their aviar ability is sort of trumped over here, they could either set up from these wastes to attack the dwarven ancestral home, which is maybe what they'll do. So they'll take these three lands right here and move their legions. Yeah, the orcs are going to be ultra aggressive here. They're going to move these legions into here. They're going to move this legion into here. And then they'll move 3 of these legions into this mountain here from their ancestral home, leaving their other one in their ancestral home. The orcs will need to use a leader ability to do that. They intend to use their aviar to attack the dwarven ancestral home here, so they're not going to use that. They're going to put an action point on their sorcerer instead. Okay, and then it would be the dwarves' micro turn. And the dwarves probably see this is going to happen. So there's not a whole lot they can do about it with their current setup. They could move some things back. They could say, well, we're going to try and defend with Radiant since we'll have less units. But there's not a whole lot they could do about that. They already have a plains over here. And it looks like the nomads may want to take this plains from them. They could, if they wanted to, just make a movement and vacate these plains and hope to better defend one of these other things. And this will also keep the nomad from getting the pillage card that they would need. So they take all of their people and all of their supplies and move them out of these plains, leaving this realm vacant. Okay, and the dwarves will need to use an action point for that, and they're going to use their Valorn to make that movement. And then it would be the nomad's turn. So the nomads have an opportunity here with their destrier to attack this sea anyway. So what they're going to do is they're going to activate their destrier. They need a rural for this, but their ancestral ability is the destrier, so they won't need to activate this. But I think they own a rural anyway, right here. So they could have supplied it even if it wasn't their ancestral ability. But they're going to use the destrier, and their intent is they're going to take this plains with the destrier ability, and then they're going to attack this sea. So they'll be attacking into a sea, so they won't have this 4th die. They will only have the 3 base dice that you can have. Okay? And then the dwarves will have 2 dice to defend with because sea is not their ancestral terrain. So then we'll roll these dice with the F9. And, excuse me. And the nomads get 6, 4, 1. but the dwarves can only roll 2 dice, so theirs is 4 and 3. The 6, which is the highest dice, is compared with the 4, and the dwarves lose this legion. And then the 4 is compared with the 3, and the dwarves lose this legion. And then the nomads have to equalize between the realms that have been involved here. So they will leave 1 behind, so they still possess this land. And then they will move 2 onto this sea and just hope to defend this plains if the dwarves come from this city with their ancestral ability and the better dice. Okay? But the they will now get a pillage card, which is this pillage card right here. We're just taking them in order. Somebody didn't shuffle very well, so let's paste this in here. Paste special as a bitmap. And then change the size of this. We have lock aspect ratio on, so we can just take this right down to 2 and make this map available to the nomads. Oops. Let's not move that. Let's move this up here. And in order to solve this, they will need an arcane, a sacred, and a wild. So they've got a wild here, an arcane here. Do they have a sacred? They don't have a sacred right now, so without that resource, they won't be able to solve this. So we're going to send this to the back. And we're going to leave the victory point for this. We're going to have to move this out of the way. We're going to leave the victory point for this covered up. We're going to say this is still in their hand. They haven't revealed it. Now, one thing that the nomads notice is that this sea is sacred. Yeah, those noble nomads. The sea is sacred here. So next turn, they may want to take this so that they can solve this and get the victory point for it. Okay? So now it's on to the orcs' turn. And the orcs are going to try this attack here. They're going to use their aviar ability. They need an arcane to power that, but they can power that from this arcane sea. The supply can be taken from this arcane sea right here. So that enables them to use their aviar ability, and they intend to attack over this mountain directly into the fortress of the dwarves here. Okay. Now I don't know if the orcs are really down for this, but they're going to have 3 dice because that's the maximum number of base dice that you can have. The dwarves are going to have 2 dice for their legions, but they will also have 1 because they're defending a mountain. Okay. And the dwarves can also choose to activate an ability if they want to. Since the dwarves have used a lot of their action points already, 1 in defense and 2 for their turns, they're going to opt to not use a leader to defend this area because they know that they're going to win ties against these orcs. Let's see if the orcs can take the dwarven ancestral citadel here. So here's all the dice. We're going to hit F9 to re-roll them. Okay, there it is. The dwarves' roll is 4, 3, 1. And the orcs' roll is 4, 2, 1. So the 4s are compared. That is a tie, but the dwarves win ties right now, so this orc legion gets destroyed. The second highest one is a 3 and a 2. This orc legion gets destroyed. And the next highest one is a 1 and a 1. So that's a tie, but the dwarves are defending their citadel, so this one gets destroyed. The orcs decide that's all they're going to do for that attack, and they break off the attack and leave this 1 on the wastes. The dwarves have repelled that attack with no casualties. Maybe the orcs won't be so aggressive next time. That's the orcs' turn. That did not go well for them at all. So now it's the dwarves' turn. And the dwarves could try and strike out and take that wastes from the orcs. They have a weakened reinforcement position behind there. And maybe the dwarves want a pillage card for that. So the dwarves are going to strike out with their crusader. They need urban to power that. They have urban right here as a resource, so they can use that to power these two legions to use their crusader ability. Those savage orcs. They got put in a sack. That's what happened. And then the dwarves are going to attack this wastes from their mountain. So the dwarves are going to have 2 dice, and the orcs are going to have 1. The orcs could use one of their leaders in defense, but all they have is Valorn, which isn't going to help. Crusader is only for attacking. Destrier is really only for movement. They could use an archer, but they'll only roll 1 die if they do that. So I think the orcs are going to say, well, yeah, I think we might lose these wastes. So in that case, the orcs are going to have just 1 die, and the dwarves will have 2. So now we're going to re-roll these dice with F9. And there it is. And the orcs only roll is a 5. And the dwarves rolled a 4 and a 2. The highest ones are compared, and the dwarves lose a legion on the attack. The dwarves decide they're going to try again, but now they'll only have 1 dice against 1 dice. And then we'll re-roll them. 4 and a 1. Killing this orc legion. Now the dwarves have to make a decision, though. If they want that pillage card, they're going to have to occupy this land. If they do, they will leave this land empty, because they don't have enough legions to occupy both of those lands. So they think they can take that mountain back pretty easily with their ancestral terrain ability. So they're going to go ahead and occupy this waste, and then the next victory card, the Herzmat Amulet, will go to the dwarves. So they'll get this pillage card. And we will paste this as a bitmap. And then wait for the lag. There we go. Change the size of this card to a 2-inch relative. And then see if the dwarves can solve this and get the victory point for it. The dwarves would need to have access to arcane, rural, and sacred. They do have access to sacred. I don't know if they have access to arcane. That's an arcane forest. So they don't have access to it, so we are going to send this to the back and hide this behind their card with the victory point not showing, and we'll see if we can solve that on a later turn. Okay? Now it's going to be the Nomad's turn. And the Nomads see the opportunity to solve this first map if they can just take the arcane or the sacred here, because they have arcane available to them and wild with a connection to their ancestral home. If they can get access to this sea, then they will be able to solve this and get the victory point for this. Right now, they don't have the victory point. They just have this in their hand. The Nomads have not used their Aviar yet. So they have a couple of options in attacking this sea. They already have access to a forest, so they could give up this forest also for access to this location right here. And they really only need to take it for this one turn also. So using, let's see, do they have rural? They do have rural supply. So they're going to use their Crusader to attack from here to here. And then the Orcs would have the ability to decide if they're going to defend. We're going to say they're aggressive, and they're just not going to try and worry about that. The Nomads will have 3 dice because they have 2 dice for the number of legions they have. And then they have 1 dice for using their Crusader, which gets 1 die when they're attacking. The Orcs are going to have 1 die to defend with. So we're going to highlight these and then hit F9. And the highest die for the Nomads is a 5, and the highest die for the Orcs is a 4. So this Orc Legion is destroyed. And the Nomads choose to occupy this so that they can get the pillage card for it. So they'll get another pillage card. Maybe we'll take it from the next row so that we're not getting all artifacts for this. But the Nomads will solve the first map, getting 1 victory point because they now have access to a sacred, an arcane, and a wild with a path to their ancestral home. So that solves this card. And they get a victory point. And that's basically how the game would go. So we've gone over movement and combat. These races are mostly combat-based. I think they're all combat-based, all these are. I mean, they have some movement abilities, but they can use those for combat. But this artifact that was found by the Nomads could have been more easily solved by someone else. So if we had a race that instead had the ability to solve that with only 2 of the 3 icons, then they would have been able to solve it without any additional conflict. Okay, and I think maybe I think maybe the Croftists have that ability. Artificer. Discovery of artifacts requires 1 less realm clue. So the Croftists could have solved that with their Artificer without using 3 clues like the Nomads had to. Okay? So, and these guys also have the Trader ability, which would have let them place a trader icon on a land that they needed that particular land's resources. And that is a non-combat sort of thing. You just place your trader icon on that land next to you. And now the people of that land are trading with you, and you can get those supplies without combat. So, in addition, gaining these cards can be done by the Joiner ability. And all you do is you test your legions on the realm, and then you would draw a pillage card if you roll any 6s. Okay? Now, if we go back to here, another thing that the nomads can do is Nurturer, and we'll show you what Nurturer would do. If we use this plains right here, on the next turn that the nomads would take, if they use their Nurturer ability, they would use their action point. Oops. They would use their action point. There we go. And then move that down to the Nurturer using that leader for the turn. Then they would take and roll 3 dice because they have 3 legions here and see if they get any 6s. So we're going to roll these 3 dice, hit F9. And they rolled no 6s. So evidently the nomads were not in the mood to have babies that day. But they had 3 chances to roll a 6. If they would have rolled a 6, like that, then they would have added a legion here. So instead of receiving it from reinforcement, they just have a little baby legion, and then now you would have 4 legions here, if that were the case. And so some of these abilities like Nurturer are more of a non-combat sort of thing. Some of these abilities like Healer are more defensive. If the nomads were attacked, some of their casualties might actually survive because of this Healer ability. But anyway, this makes each of the races slightly different in the abilities that they can use. Capturing additional victory cards would also change the way that your race can act later in the game because there is a guild for each of the abilities. So, for example, the orcs don't have the Nurturer ability, but if they were to capture a member of that guild, I don't see it right now, but there it is. So if they were to pull this card right here, all they would have to do is have access to this symbol. If they controlled a realm with the Nurturer symbol, they would solve this pillage card. They would get a victory point, but from then on, the orcs would also have the Nurturer ability. So this is a leader ability that would be added. Zoom in on the title font. This here. Sure. Let's zoom to this. That's that copper plate Gothic. It is. It's copper plate Gothic something. Bold. Copper plate Gothic bold. But that's basically how the game would play. Now, the one thing that we didn't go over is the season. The season could have changed what was going on during this season. Before the very beginning of the first player's turn in each of these rounds, one of these seasons would be drawn, and then that would be the season that you would play, and that changes the game slightly. So this one, for example, all roads, if this were the season, this is how it changes the game for that round. Sovereigns may place legions they receive through reinforcement or discard on any realm they control. Okay? So if this were the season that we would have started in, then the dwarves would have had the option, instead of moving their reinforcements along here, they could have placed their reinforcements directly out at the front if they wanted to, or on any of these as well. That season would endure until everyone had used all of their action points. So let's say we're at the end of this season and some more conflict or something has happened and everybody has used all of their action points. They have no action points available. In the top here, when it becomes your turn, if you have no action points available, you have to pass. So once no one had any action points available, the season would change. That old season card would get placed in the discard pile of the season cards, and then we would pick a new one. And maybe it was this one, Black Dogs. Plains Triad realms are considered to be peril realms. So this is when the Black Dogs appear on the moor, and then we would have to test the peril for any Plains Triad realms. Now this won't always apply, but it doesn't apply this time. There are no Plains. Oh yeah, there is a Plains Triad right here. It's a Plains Triad that was created when the nomads would have placed their ancestral home here, creating a triad. Okay? So that's these three right here together form a triad. Are there other triads on the map? Yeah, here's a triad. Here's a sea triad right here. You don't need the path to be a triad. It's just if these lands are next to each other. And a forest triad down here. And if this is how it was at the beginning of the game, then the orcs would have placed down here. But these lands moved around during the game. So you don't know about Ariel? You think you think it would be better to use Helvetica? We can look on some of these cards and see how that would look. This is Ariel, I believe. Yeah, Ariel Narrow. But we can change any of these to a better font. I'm not very well versed on fonts, so I just kind of go with what looks good. And is that why it's low rent? Because I don't even have it. So I would have to go get that font. Any sans serif? Well, I don't know. These are the ones that I have available to me. That's Bondskrift. But yeah, whatever ends up working so that we can see them on the card, and because they print well. Also, something to ask your printer. The current process is that we would print them. They get converted to a graphic and then uploaded to the printer. So, because they don't print directly from this file, instead they get loaded up as a graphic and then printed. So this is taken from here. Basically a copy of this as a graphic, and then it's converted to an image. And usually that's why those are much larger, because then you get less of this pixelization of that. Because you get a little bit of pixelization here, but when it's printed, it comes out. It looks much better. But in the prior version, you can see that these cards were much larger as far as their total size. And that was so that we would have less problems with the pixelization of the text and that sort of stuff. Yeah, I mean, normally you would, but the process that I'm using for it is make playing cards. Now, if this particular, we had another dream by Wombo up. We had a Twitch up here too. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Okay. Text will not pixelate if you have a good printer. Yeah. But then they would have to print it from that file. So this is what we're using for the lower number of copies of the game. And that is because this print on demand is pretty easy to work with, and they'll print a single copy of this game for me. So what we're using is this here, 2.48 by 3.46, I believe, and so that is 63 millimeters by 88 millimeters. And then the idea is they will print one copy of a 55 card deck for $14. But our idea is that we would instead have, the Legion has, I think, 240 cards, I think, or something like that. So in order to print one of those, it would cost $54 just for the cards if we printed one copy of it. But if we printed 100 copies of it, it would only be $20 per copy of the game for the cards. So that reduces the price that they'll have to pay on Kickstarter. I have worked with larger printers. I printed 18,000 Wench Top Shelf. So the cost for the Wench Top Shelf went down to about $2 per deck. Of course, there's the cost of the box and the instructions and all of that sort of thing. And I'm not converting it right now, or not bringing it over into Photoshop or designing it in Photoshop. Up to this point, this particular process has worked for me. Certainly those are more advanced tools, and InDesign would be a more advanced tool also, but I don't think that the last time I looked at InDesign, yeah, so that's from Adobe, so then that would be something that I buy a license for, right? As long as I could buy the license one time, I have no problem with paying a license for InDesign one time. What I'm not going to do is pay monthly for it. Yep, I agree, Phil, and they definitely do. Well, then that's probably not something I'm going to do, because for my purposes, these cards have been coming out. They look pretty good. I'll see if I can get. Well, I think you can see what the final print would look like if I grab one of my MPC runs from here. You can get a basic idea of what the card would look like because the graphics are much larger. So when I go to do the printing, I'm actually using a much larger graphic for that, but Legion 2025, Legion MPC 4, MPC Run 4. So let's pull this over into Paint so that you could see basically what we're looking at here. Yeah, I'm not sure, but so this ends up printed at 2.5 by 3.5, and then the little pixelization that you see down there is not. I mean, I think that's what we're seeing right now. That sort of pixelization of it, whatever, but you can see that when it's up close. But when it's a 2.5 by 3.5 card, you can't really see it. You get what you pay for, but there's also GIMP, which is free and does the same thing with a steep learning curve. I know that one of my friends designed his card game in GIMP, and if you think that it would add to the quality of it, or maybe even make the Kickstarter more impressive, I'd be willing to do the work. Certainly, I think this particular process has been working for me up to this point, and there are other fonts that we can choose for these things and even change them, as we go. If we took one of the ones that we're doing right now from our card design and then converted it to the graphics that we're going to need for that, we can take this entire thing here. And then copy it over, because these aren't really large enough, but I'll have to do some formatting on that. So then this here needs to be converted to the proper size for upload to the print-on-demand printer. And so that ends up being, this is what tells us what we need to do. The total bleed is 822 by 1122, so that's why I would go in here and change the size of this image to 822 by 1122. And then it's the perfect size for the printer. And then that outer area would be the bleed. Well, it just works for me because I've been working in Excel for like 30 years. So, but that's why we're here. We're talking about all of these different sorts of methods. This is what has worked for me for all the games I've produced up to this point. And on Wench Top Shelf and Pirates of Gold Cove, in all of the years, Wench has been out since 1994, I think, 93 or 94. And Pirates has been out for about, 8 or 10 years or something like that. And no one has ever noticed, no one has ever said that they've seen evidence of the creation process in the final printing. Now, both of those were done through PDF and then sent to the printer. Wench Top Shelf was done originally with the same printer that prints Magic cards, or had printed Magic cards at that time. And then another printer was used, but they also wanted them converted to PDF. So in that case, each of these items was converted to a PDF and then sent to them, and then they were aligned and put to the printing process. So maybe I ought to start learning GIMP, or maybe I should subscribe to InDesign or that sort of thing. Before it gets into a PDF, I'm editing it in either, depending on what I need for it, either Word or Excel. If it needs actual graphic editing, then all of that graphic editing is currently being done in PaintShop Pro. But this is a large enough image that when you finally get it over to the printer for the print on demand, it all just sort of works out. If I were to save this as an example to Legion 2025, yeah, as a print example, I'll have to go into Games Board, Legion 2025, and then we're going to use this as an MPC print example. And then if we go over into MPC, we could start this project. And then once we start the project, it'll tell us we want different images on every single card. And then you would upload the images that you wanted in here. And then Legion 2025 MPC print example, this right here. You load that in there and then you pull it over here. And then you could click on the card to see an example of what it would look like. And that would be the final cut card right there. Probably have to work on the bleed a little bit so that we don't get this black line and all of that, but that's what the card would look like. And if we were to, we can increase the size a little bit. But in this red line, of course, doesn't print. It's just telling you that everything outside of that is getting too close to the bleed, right? So, and so for this particular process, let's see if we can go back. For 234 cards, if we made 100 copies, then the base cost of just the cards for this would be $20. And I'm trying to get it around $50 total cost, but that would be for all of the components of Legion that we've talked about up to this point. So that's quite a game that you would get for $50, I think. Then they would pay the shipping charge to wherever they were in the world, because all of the games that I've kickstarted and all of the games that I've sold have been sold worldwide. So including, I don't know, Australia, China, and Japan. So who knows where we might ship some of these things to. But that's that. So probably one of the earlier versions of InDesign we could probably get. This is the same thing that I do for some of my customers in tech. They don't want to pay a monthly cost, then they don't have to, and we end up getting them like Excel 2019 or something on a single pay license, and then they own it perpetually. Most of my clients right now are either on Azure or on Microsoft 365, so they get the suite of the Office items, automatically. But so we'll leave that in there as an example in case we want to use it again. But we were off to the design of the pillage cards, and we thought about putting a picture on each one of those. The victory cards were looking pretty good. I like the little griffins on there. But we were designing the pillage cards and talking about whether or not we would have a graphic that sort of represented the season back here as well. And at the time, the viewership sort of said they did want a picture on each of these cards, which is going to make the game really graphically heavy, but that was a cool picture for Hostile Creep. And I don't know about the transparency here, but if we were to bring this over as an example, we should probably go into Legion 2025 and make an example folder. We'll pull this into the example folder, and then we'll do this card also as an example for MPC. But the printers that I used for Wench Top Shelf and for Pirates of Gold Cove, neither one of those printers would want to print something that just has 100 copies. For sure. So I think we got to take that line out of there eventually, but okay, save that as a portable network graphic, and then go back in here and do that again. Well, we did the same image, but can still upload that example. And that's what that would look like. Of course, it would have a seasons back and all of that sort of thing, but and now the quality of these cards is is the same as a magic card. It's front and back, and then a opaque center for the card. So the card has basically 3 layers, and then ends up, and you can pay for whatever different type of Chuck Norris upskirt in my photos. I don't think so. You definitely don't want Chuck Norris upskirt. Welcome in, Elm Street. We're talking about the tabletop board game design of Legion Chaos Realms. Are you down for maybe finishing Baldur's Gate tonight? That's what we're doing, right? We've had 2 weeks off. We got to get to it. It looks like the 24-hour stream, by the way, guys, will be on not this Sunday, but next Sunday. So that will be, let's see here. Sunday the So this Saturday is the 30th. Yeah, Sunday is Scorched Earth. Well, Sunday is Scorched Earth. So the next Sunday would be the 7th. The 7th of April. So we'll be on for 24 hours on the 7th of April. And right now, 3 hours and 52 minutes into the stream, I'm going to take a little break. So we'll be right back with you guys. And yeah, this Sunday's Easter. So we'll be right back with you. And I'm going to run an ad during the break as well, so that we can increase that pre-roll. And we'll be right back with you. Okay.
Time to take a commercial break. Consider subbing to the channel, and we'll be back. Stay tuned.
Thank you for watching Questale TV. I am the Wendigo that ate his face. Frickin' snacks.
Did you see? Questale TV got an uwu. Uwu? Uwu?
Watch. Oh man, that thing is nuts.
Bye, guys. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we should get experience for all of them.
Well, I think we will. All these types of persuasions have always given us about the same.
All right, we won.
Just stop moving for a second. No. There you go. Ooh, you're spooky. Spoopy. Okay. Now there's a serious business right there. Pirate freebooter. A bang bang. Oh! I just skull cooked him. Okay. It's a great look at the ship. Now behind that hab goes this engine right here, this M3 engine. And that's the next level of the ship. The next level is another Ammon 3 engine, which will stack right up there, and then the Deimos cowling, forward cowling. Okay? And then I just put the tail on. That is the Deimos tail A.
Welcome back to Quest ALTV. All the love to you paladins, lords and ladies. Let's do this.
I don't know, man. I tried to run an ad for you guys to get it out of the way while we were on break, but it said no. It said no, you can't run an ad right now. What? Why would it even do that? Why would it say no? Anyway, in about 10 minutes, it's going to do it itself. It says it's going to do it itself in about 10 minutes, but anyway. So that's what the card would end up looking like. It looks like we've got the bleed correct on this one. Maybe a little bit off. But yeah, that's what happens with that edge. So we got to take that edge off of there, have that off of there completely. So when we do that, we're going to have to get this centering line. We're going to have to get this taken off of here completely, so that we're just taking the graphic of that.
Game over, man. It's game over.
Game over. Cool. So let's look at the components for the game. That's another thing that I wanted to do today, is look at all of the game components and see if we could get all that figured out. So the current components of the game are pretty extensive. There's 117 cards in the base set, 83 cards in the Fates Portal expansion, and then 85 in the Wild Trove. So we're going to do this mindlessly. 285 cards. So, and I expect that there may be other cards that are included with the game. So 285 cards. What's left to do? Basically the graphic design of it. I think I'd like to play it with you guys on stream, or have, some special people play it on stream. Today, Wixmini, just for nostalgic purposes, I'm wearing my Mind's Eye Games shirt, and it has a like a bowling stripe on one side and all of that sort of stuff. But yeah, this hasn't been out of the closet for a while. So 285 cards. If we go to MPC, I think we're going to find that that's so 234 cards, and then the next one is 396. So we're either going to have to get it down to 234, or the cost of the game, the base cost of the game, is going to go up to $33. So I don't know. Some of the cards are for the players. They are player reminder cards. So there's 9 player reference cards here, 9 player reference cards here, and 6 player reference cards here, but that's only 24 cards. Some of the cards are the grand size cards, though. So maybe those grand size cards would be in a different set, so that might help us out. Yeah, my cost. My cost per game for 234 cards at 100 The current goal that I have in mind is just that we would sell 100 of them on the Kickstarter. So we need to include all the other costs as well. And for game design, I kind of did want to talk about. I did want to talk about cost. So maybe we do that for the components. And then the number of components, that sort of thing. So 63 by 88 cards. Maybe I can make the view larger on this for you guys. Yeah, I think that's really hard for you guys to see still. Let's zoom it to like 200. I don't know. Take the whole thing and make it 24. I don't know. But what we're working on here is to find out exactly how many of each of the items that we have here. So we may want to copy this and then bring it over so that we'll have it. So we'll do an alt print screen on this and then bring over the components as a graphic. So that we will have it. Paste special as a bitmap. Okay. So these are all the normal size cards right here. Core victory conditions, antagonists and seasons, and pillage cards. So it's 117 minus 8. I guess. So there's 109. There's 109 right here. Equals 109. And then the grand size cards is equal to 8. For the second one, 83 minus 12 sovereign race leaders grand size cards, which is 83 minus 12, 71. And 12 here. So, and then for the third expansion, 13 sovereign race leaders cards out of 85, 72. $252, and then this plus 13. So 252 is not going to work for this. And we would have to cut 18 cards in order to get there. And I'm not sure that we want to do that. I don't think that we want to cut 18 cards for that. I can't really think of a way that you do that. The player reference cards, we could probably make those grand sized as well. So let's think about doing that. And that would allow us to do something here, and that is we can cut down on the total number of the cards that go here by the player reference numbers. So this one would be 9 less. And this one would be 9 less, so 62. And the last one would be 6 less, so 66. That gets us under that number, and then this number is going to be 24 more than this. So, in that case, the cost each for at the 100 production level would be this here, which is this 234, and 100 would be 2085 for that. Okay, and then we need 57 grand size cards. And I can't remember which of the cards I used for that, but I think, are they 4x6? Not sure. So let's go into game cards and see what we have for an options. I think that, yeah, either 4x6 or 5x7. If we make them, that says giant size. I wonder if the other thing says grand size. .5 by 5.75. Well, either way, I guess we can choose one of these. This says large size card. I don't know if I probably captured it somewhere. Maybe in my Legion file to see what size those cards are. Well, it's all up in the air as it is, but the total number of cards we need for that is 57. Up to 56 cards or 63. So 63. So 100 copies of the grand size cards for the game would be 1575. Okay. So now if we go down to the cubes that are necessary, we can look for the centimeter yeah, this right here. So this is 1,000 of these. Ten different colors, so there's 100 of each color. And we need 50 for each one, so each one of these would be half of this amount. $34.80. Let's use this same format here. So, and it ends up being 8 colors, and then this one. And then we need the cubes for, yeah, so it's pretty much 500 of these. 1740, and then the dice for the game. Now you could use, for the dice for the game, you could use just one set of attacker and one set of defender dice. So if we did that, we can, and this is just sort of like top down. You may have to bite the bullet and realize you may not even be able to break even. Yeah, not at 100 copies, but if I were to sell more than 100 copies, then one of my production companies, you know, I may be able to engage them, which will, because then we would have stretch goals and things like that. So so 12 dice for $8, but we could buy them in larger sets as well, like these. Or like these. 36, so this would be 6 sets for $4.80. So $9.60. Divided by $1.60 for the dice if we only include 2 colors of dice for the game. We also don't have to have all of these colors of cubes, but this allows for an 8-player game. And then I don't remember the cost on the individual markers for the game, but it would be somewhat smaller. Yeah, so this comes out at $55.60. This is a good number for producing 100 of this game, but that means that the Kickstarter would only have to be so. Equals this times 100. So that means we would only have to kickstart for $5,560. And I've done Kickstarters of greater than that amount in the past. And I dropped $48,000 on Pirates of Gold Cove. And I dropped $40,000 on Wench Top Shelf. So, but this would be paid for by the Kickstarter community, and it would either go or it wouldn't go. So the design of the game up to that point, I think would work. Now, this is at, so let's do this cost at 100. And maybe we can do some more of the math here in a second. But if we were to look at the next break-even point for the cards, the next break-even point would be 250 of the game at 1710. And then the large one's going only down a little bit, 1470. Centimeter cubes would stay the same. Cost per game. And the dice would stay the same as well. Only reducing the cost by about $5. Of course, printing with a bigger printer is that's what you want. But then we would have to kickstart for 12,700. So, but you know me. I've always wanted full transparency as far as that goes. Now the cost for the dice goes up if we have sets for every single player. But I think that's maybe one of the places where we can cut some cost there. We also don't have to have all of the cards, but if we didn't have all of the cards, we would have to bring the game down to 216 cards would take the cost from $20 to it's not really a big difference. 1925 to 2085. I don't think so. So, and I also wanted, at least for stretch goals, or maybe for people who want to pimp their game out, we could maybe take some of those items, like the colors of dice for every player. We make that available as a separate support level. But this would have to be the base support level right here, is right around $55. Now, games like this, with this many components, it's a heavy game. Games like this I've seen on the current market more like $80, $100, $120. So, I mean, I'm trying to keep the cost as reasonable as possible, but for me, it would just be nice to see the game out there, to see that 100 people out there in the world were able to play it. And all I really want to do is break even. So, and we can even make that, I'm not trying to do it as a money-making venture. So maybe we can make that obvious in the Kickstarter and see if that changes the feelings out there a little bit. But if we're still looking at the components to see what we've already designed, then we'll scroll over to this, I think. The realm cards, we're doing that. Ancestral homes, core victory conditions, yeah. Antagonists and seasons. So we haven't designed the antagonist card. We're starting to design the seasons right now. And then we haven't designed the pillage card either, although the pillage cards go under the victory cards and they're designed similar to this. So if we look in the cards that we already have designed under the seasons cards, no, under the victory cards, then that's where you'll see that we have these other ones designed. And so they look similar to the victory card, just a little bit different. So when we went over to design these cards, we would take this core victory card and then use it to design these other pillage cards. So maybe let's. Oh, this is our pillage card, right? No, this isn't our pillage card. This is our seasons. Why do we have these all mismarked? Oh, because we were going to use this to design it, I guess. Well, we'll leave our victory cards here and then copy one over, and then we can start the design of the pillage card. So I think we've got the core victory already all designed. So maybe we didn't design all of them, but we have the basic design for them. So I think that's good. These are all the victory cards, and then we get down into these are the pillage cards down here, like the Cursed Rune Sword. So then this would be the design that we would be mocking up on the other sheet over here. So if we paste this as a bitmap, just for reference, okay, that's too small. Okay, so then these would not have. These would be this same color as this here, unless we just make it gray or something like that. So we could take out. We take out this completely. Is our text in there? It's not. But we could. If we can find the right place to do it. Put a box there or put a graphical box around it. Or for consistency, we should maybe go back to this that we already had here and then just make the inside of it transparent. Or gray. For a pillage card. And then name this instead like that. And then change this fill to gray. Just like above, or a lighter purple. And then this would be, text fill would be black. And would say artifact instead, in this case. And then probably move this over here. And then for the artifacts, these need to be solved with these symbols. And it wouldn't have the griffins on it. So in this, I think I've never liked that I can't modify this from the outside, but so we may end up changing that as well. But so these would be this would be filled with the format for the arcane symbol. And then this one, rural. And I made some different symbols for those as well. So we may end up looking at that, because any of these can be something different. And then this is wild. And that's the third resource type of land that you need to solve this artifact. To solve this cursed rune sword. So to leave them the same as above, then this would instead say symbols. That leaves it the same format as the victory cards, just like this. And then the ability would be here. which we've kept this, I think we've kept this in the same place on all of these cards. This particular, we can copy it and see. Maybe the expansion symbol doesn't belong there. It's getting in the way of this particular card. So, yeah, that is where that is. But maybe this expansion symbol doesn't belong there. The expansion symbol isn't part of the... This is just supposed to make it easier to sort these cards when you're playing different versions of the game. So you would use just this expansion if you were playing with 3 players, but then you would add the other expansions if you were playing with more players. So that's what that's all about. Welcome in. If you have just joined me, I'm QuestAL TV, and we are tabletop board game designing a game that I've had for about 20 years and has just never been released to the public. It's called Legion Chaos Realms, and we're just working on the card design for this game. So if the expansion symbol went more to the corner, then it would be out of the way for the other card designs. I think if we wanted to, we could take all of them and move them one time for these, because we haven't made all of these lands here. And we're just doing that by hitting Control and then selecting those. And we could maybe move that expansion symbol to the corner, or even like outside the frame like this. And then bring them to the front. I don't know, it's certainly something to consider as far as that goes. Then any of these would also go down to that corner as well. We'd only designed 4 of these. So we could align them, or we could just get rid of them and then bring them over. From here, or even align them in some way. Okay, I think we may park that and put it on my list. Okay, in which case, if this were out of the way, if this were down below here or something like that, We want it on the same place on every card so that they're easily sorted, though, I think. Align center. Then that'll give us the opportunity to take this text. Oh, that's not what I want. Because this is not separate text. So we would have to bring it down here. Put the leader ability down there. I almost don't like that silver. Maybe we'll go with this sort of brown gold like we had on this one instead. And compared to the victory card, that's about the same. Maybe these should be purple up here. Or maybe this should be this same color gold. But the core victories have always been purple. To differentiate them from the other cards. Is this that same color purple? I think it is. I mean, it says core victory down at the bottom. It's not like we're really going to lose track of that, I think. I really want it to be this color here. This gold color. And then maybe try again to find a fill color that's more like what we want. This color? Or even a, I don't know, lighter purple. And then, yeah, that expansion symbol is going to have to go somewhere else. Because this is where we end up with the bleed. The card would look like this. The expansion symbol should go maybe in the corner somewhere, or down near the bottom of the card. Quest, guess what? What? Daily taxes. Man, I have to go in and change those sounds.
Impressive.
Yes. Thank you for your daily taxes. Don't make me come get them. Chicken butt. Guess what? Chicken butt. Guess why? Because your butt's dry. Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing now? Yeah. So I think I have a lot of work to do for the next stream, to tell you the truth, but was this our card over here? I think so. We brought those cards over too, so we didn't need that. um Chicken thigh. Guess why? Chicken thigh. And my buddy would say, guess what else? Chicken smelts. What is that even? Cazuana. It may not have looked like much of a reaction, but you're supposed to use that when I'm scared. But of course, when I'm concentrating, I guess I guess it works too.
It is extraordinary, but these times when Quest ALTV is silent, he has not forgotten you. His concentration is not easily broken. Consider the amount of effort it takes to stream on Twitch. Redeeming Put Your Faith in the Light or encouraging him in chat will probably snap him out of it.
You guys, you want your valor back? Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can. Where's my redeems at here? Where are we at here? Yeah, why does it say 0 requests for jump scares? Evidently, that one's not refundable. Well, I went in to try and give you your points back, but I don't know why. I just pulled up the redemptions, and it doesn't even count as a redemption, and I don't know why. It certainly did work, though. What's this thing go? I need to get a box of things that I can show you. You guys were redeeming what's this thing so often. I went through all the different things that I could show you. You really liked that one, didn't you? What's this thing? I actually changed it so you can ask me about what is a thing in the game that I'm playing as well. So you can ask about a thing in the game, or you can ask about a thing from my office, but I don't want to. But I don't want to bore you, so I don't want to do boring things like, you know what this is? This is a 12-pack Monster Energy box. Oh yeah. No, we don't want to do boring stuff. We want to do cool little artifacts and things like that. So, okay. So on our cost screen, we've got pillage cards that we have to make. Cost. Core victory conditions, antagonists, and seasons. So we need our antagonists as well. So maybe we'll make a copy of this. Copy. Move it to before cost. Create a copy. And then we'll call this one antagonists. Okay. And I think the thing to do is to find a place for that expansion symbol and then get that propagated over. See, if we center the expansion symbol, it gets in the way of the path. I think we want it like right here, but then it could get in the way of the text. And if we put it anywhere in this area, then it'll get in the way of the design of the other cards. We could put the expansion symbol off to one side, I suppose. It may get in the way of the picture a little bit if we do that. This is where it was normally. Right in the center, down at the bottom here. Still might get in the way of this text. I don't know if there's a better way to do it. You loved that thing? Those are not good for me. What's not good for me? the expansion symbol is important for sorting the cards. So I just don't know where it goes. I think down in the corner of the card is probably the place where it needs to go. Monsters are not good for me. They're good for me because I'm an adrenaline junkie. So that's how that works. I don't know, that might be the place for it. Let's see if we copy this and paste it, and then group it. Then what happens if we take these other expansion symbols out? And then take this and format, align it right and bottom. I think it would put it in just the right place, wouldn't it? Then we could ungroup this. Yeah, I think I'll do some of that off stream, but let's go ahead and take this thing and see if we can align it to these other cards. Okay, that's where the expansion will go on that one. And if it doesn't go here on this one, we can do the same thing. Same thing here. And then we can align this top and right. Then the expansion symbol will go down there on that one. And then the pillage card, do the same thing. I think we can just align this one right now. And that's where the expansion symbol will go there. And that's where the expansion symbol will go there, although this is the antagonists, so maybe we'll get over here and grab an antagonist, which should be under the seasons cards. Because they're shuffled into the seasons deck. So go back to the other one and then paste this as a bitmap. Just for reference. Okay, so this stays in the same place on the card. All right, but we don't have this anymore. We've got a background which is a castle with some bats and things like this. I think we need to create the border for this. The border should be basically it was the same as this right here. For the antagonists. So we can put that on the card to start with. If we group this up, then we can take and align it to this. Align left and top. And then ungroup this. And we're going to destroy all of these borders eventually before we cut and paste, because the border is throwing us off anyway. So if we leave all of this in the same place, then that will bring all of this to the front. But we're going to have to send this to the back to start with. So we can bring this to the front. And then bring this to the front. No. Can't even get a hold of it anymore. Send this to the back. And that we're not even going to need. This entire thing. Okay, and we don't need these either. We probably don't need this. This is going to say Abyss Lord. And we had chosen Creeper for that, I think, or whatever it's called. Not Creeper, Chiller. Yeah, because the people don't like to see that. Maybe we make it bigger. All right, let's make this entire thing some kind of gold color. Or maybe it should be darker color, like a gray. We don't need any of this. We need the picture for the Abyss Lord, so let's insert a shape. Here. And we'll send this to the back. And then see if we can get the picture of the Abyss Lord in here. Whoopsie doodles. So we'll format a shape. It's like saying heroin is good for me because I am an actual junkie. Your message is being checked. Expired and not posted to chat. I'm sorry I missed it. Yeah. Makes sense. Same words you said out loud. Basically, yeah, exactly. I just didn't have time to check it in time. The moderator is just trying to make sure that you guys don't bully each other. So I just missed it, and it says it expired, and it didn't post it. So sorry about that. I'll try and pay better attention. But this item right here, if we can get a hold of it. Oh, we are using a picture fill for this. Talking about monsters? Yeah, talking about Monster Energy drink. I got it. You're right. It is. It's almost like a form of straw man, right? Like that's based on a premise that I made in error. Let's see, Abyss Lord. See how much of this picture we can get on here. Yeah, we need a bigger picture for him. I think that we can. There we go. Maybe we want that. And then we'll use the text to create like a full picture. Whatever, Abyss Lord here. Does the abyss have an edge? Right, it's supposed to be endless. And then maybe for the AI on this, we could use this. Then it would post over the top of the picture, like over on these. Now that is game text, so I don't know, we may have to change it, but we also need enough space for the AI for this. So we can see what this looks like. Has 5 legions. Each turn gains a legion if an adjacent realm has no garrison. Oops. And then attacks the smallest adjacent garrison. Okay, so we can make this a little bit smaller to make sure that the text is all inside of here. And then make sure that all the text will fit inside of that area. And then maybe align it to center. And now that's game text or text that you have to follow. So it was Twitch that flagged it? Oh, okay. I also have a little bit of a moderator that keeps people from using certain words, but you guys are normally really nice to each other and everything. So at this point, I've been just allowing all the things. But this Abyss Lord picture could go all the way out to here so that it fills it just like, and we could take this and just copy the format over. So we can use a rectangle in this case. And just kind of try and make it inside of here. And then send it to the back. And center it against this. Format, align, center, and middle, I think. Okay, it did work. And then we can copy the format from this thing over. So that they're featured full. So we could take the base color of the card. You don't think anyone has ever argued on my streams, which is why you like watching my streams? Yeah, I wouldn't put up with it. I mean, I think that it's content to give the streamer a certain amount of grief, but yeah, if it got to be too much, I would certainly fix all of that. Let's bring this to the front. I think we want to fix that so that the number is actually just sitting over that central part there. But we also, I think, want this to be a different fill color. So that's this. All of our victory points up to this point have been this purple color in the background, though. So maybe on the antagonist we leave it so that it's that same color. But yeah, I think I'm going to fix that so that I can propagate those a little bit easier as far as that goes. Now this is, I don't know why, but this is not the same color as this is. But I think we maybe used a gold fill on that. There is banter, but it's always in good fun. Yeah, as long as it is always in good fun. We generally don't make fun of each other, but we sometimes make fun of you. Yeah. It makes sense. I can appreciate that. So this victory color looks like it should be the same color as this outer edge, doesn't it? Or they should all be maybe yellow and fill, but for the victory conditions we use this gold color. So, I mean, I guess we could copy either one of these or both of these over and then fix that. Let's put that on the list, I think, for something. We ought to make them either the same or distinct, I think. One or the other. I don't think they should be this close in color. Not you, of course. You don't do that. But you have seen others make fun of me. You would never. You would never. I think the antagonist that looks pretty good, but we kind of have to decide. We've got for the seasons, we've got this in a box instead of the text like this, because this is the flavor text, whatever. And so this box would indicate that this is something that you have to follow. I like the transparency a little bit. I think thou dost protest too much. I don't know. So one of the things in game design is you want there to be thematically the way that the text is on the card. You want it also to say something to the person who's reading it. Right now, these are just saying this is just lore text down here. Okay. When we changed it on the seasons card, we changed it so that this is saying this is actually text that you have to pay attention to, that you have to follow a game mechanism. There's two things about this. One is I don't think I like white as the background, and then partially transparent with just the black text is going to be sometimes problematic with the picture behind it. Doth. Mm-hmm. It's all those minor things. Phil is definitely a stickler for the exact syntax or verbiage. So right now this says that this is a lore item down here, and this would be rules, right in the center of the card. But how much of the picture do we want to like let it come through as far as that goes? Maybe the level of the transparency so you can barely see the picture through there. I don't know if this text is gonna look real great on the card itself. But did we copy one of these over here? I don't know, but we can put another example in there. Doink. We did. This is example 2. So this should be still in our examples. Well, it would have been, but we're working on the number of cards. So different images for all of the 234 cards. Upload this image and then take a look at it with its transparency. This example 2. And see if the transparency with the image and all of that translates to the card well. Because that's what it would look like. So the question is whether or not that level of transparency makes it difficult to read the game mechanism. And the line from Hamlet, at least in one of the versions, or one of the printings, whatever, is this: "The lady doth protest too much, methinks." And that is spoken to Queen Gertrude. In response to the insincere overacting of a character in the play within a play created by Prince Hamlet to elicit evidence of his uncle's guilt in the murder of his father, the King of Denmark. Yeah. That starts to go down a rabbit hole, doesn't it? Man, it is hard to keep track of everything. Okay, and that's not even going to load, so we're just going to go back to it. So that's what that would look like. Does anybody have any kind of feelings on whether or not... Oh, pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. Romeo and Juliet? No? It looks okay, but I mean, if we are going to do that with game text, then we probably ought to Julius Caesar. Then we probably ought to make it the same with any of them. Now, these ancestral homes, they don't have game text on them. The seasons do have game text on them. But this box should be consistent. And I think that white is maybe not what I want here. Although that's a neutral color to the other colors that we've created. I don't know. Another Fallout New Vegas reference. Mark Anthony standing over the body. Yeah, I really just don't like that right now, but maybe that's what we do. On the victories, so in the case that this is going to be what we do, then this should be in white. And that's going to be a problem if we then this would have to all be graphic as well. Because if we changed this to white, it would make this part white here also, this center stripe. Unless we change the text box on the top and bottom. And this is centered to the card. So I don't know. The other thing that we could do is just, well, not that. The other thing that we could do is take the entire card for the core victory conditions and make them white. Well, except for that central portion as well. So this section white. And this section white. Because then the game mechanism would be in white. Otherwise, all of the game reference, this could be that purple color. And then maybe that would tell you from then on that that was a game mechanism that you need to follow. Yeah, I think I'm bouncing around on that. I don't know. That's definitely harder to read than black. I really have to find a way to quit bumping that so that I can actually hear what's going on. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. Whoopsie doodles. And propagate to we could try that as well. So we can try see if it would make it look any better to us if we took the format for the lore and then placed it over the box. So like this, for example, copy this and then place this over it. It would give us some better visibility, I think, and we can change the glow. Could change the glow to white. I don't know, we can see what that would look like. I suppose we can paste it down here. And then take this hostile creep card, take the entire card, copy it, and then place it down here. And then copy this text and then delete it. And then paste that text into here. Or paste it in here just as text. And then make it into Times New Roman, maybe. We didn't, because we didn't have it highlighted. Bring this to the front. And then make that box roughly the size of this. Okay, what if the text fill is actually black and then the glow were white? Then you could potentially reduce the transparency of this. What do we have, a 25% transparency? I don't think that's as good either. Can barely even see it through that 20% transparency. It seems almost to me, like it seems to me that any of the game text that you have to follow should be just black on white. So maybe we just make sure that any of these seasons that you can tell what's going on behind it without that central text portion. Because if we make this 0% transparent, then you get that. You can't see any of the picture behind it, but the text is obvious. And then we can take the longest text string if we wanted to, and then shrink the size of this box. So that it can only contain black on white, yeah. Because the transparent creates a cool effect, but these pictures are really secondary to everything that is going on here. But then any of the other cards that have text on them, we should do the same thing, which would be the same with the antagonist legion. In which case you would take this and instead you would have what you had from the seasons card, which would be this here. And place this onto the antagonist. even if the box had to be bigger, I suppose. Sometimes it's really hard to read if there's other stuff there too, yeah. I agree. I agree. Now these don't have to be stark white. I think we could add a little bit of, we could use gray or a really light yellow or a really light purple. Which would fix the problem we have with with these cards right here, I guess. Well, but that's what we want to do. We want to have a single format that allows them to draw their eye to it and say, okay, that's a game mechanism, right? And we'll leave enough of the picture behind there. You can still see what the volcano is, and then maybe the house getting torn apart by the volcano, the waves, and the waves are overcoming even the building there. And would still leave enough picture, for you to know what's going on. Okay, so I think also for the next stream, I've got to got a lot of work to do for the next time we stream this, but oops, conversion to 822 by 1122. Because we started with these a little bit smaller, and you can tell when I take one of these and move it over. That'll require me to change all of these fonts, all of that sort of thing, to larger fonts and all of that. But it makes for a better conversion when you've got a higher number down here. This right here is Times New Roman 14, right? But if we look at the other one, this is Arial 22. So it ends up looking better on the card after that, because these cards are much larger. If you take the relative size of this card and then place it over here, we'll find, if we paste this as a bitmap, that it is much larger graphically than these other cards. So I'll go back through and change the format, and I think the thing to do is to basically, for me, is to start all over and make a new format page for these so that the format can come over when we copy them over to these other ones here. And another thing that I did on the other one, I made it easy for me to move the icons over to the cards as well, because the top has all of the icons that I might need, and then I could just copy them down onto here to change the expansion symbol, to change the these here. So if I wanted to change this dice symbol, by the way, to this one, all I'd have to do is just format paint it onto there. See? So that made it much easier for me to have all of these available for me at the top of the card. And that's probably another thing that I'll do. And then you just freeze these panes. You just freeze this pane at the top so that this is always available no matter how much you scroll. And we'll do that for the next stream. I think I will also have a playable version for 3 players for the next stream. So if anybody wants to play the game, then next week when we're on, we can try to do a playthrough of a 3-player game of Legion, and see how it goes. That might be more fun than watching me mess around with the graphics so much. But I like the direction that we're going with the graphics for the ancestral homes. Is this one turned correctly? I think they are. So, and we've gotten through all of the cards. We've got to make the antagonist cards. We have to make the grand size cards and the player reference cards as well. So maybe I'll just make a playable version of Legion for the next time, and we'll see if we can play it just by chatting on the stream. If we can find 3 players. So otherwise, if we can't find enough players right away, then maybe we'll just work on the formatting, and I'll do some of these things that I said I'd do here. And resize the card format so that it's better. And the way that we would do that is we would start out with a new workbook, and then instead of making those squares 20, we would make them larger. So this would go to maybe 50 pixels, and then this would go to 50 pixels. Okay, so that we have these squares to work with. And then we would zoom this to a much different level. 50%. Maybe, something like that. You watch on your phone, so it might be hard for you to play. So then we'll go back to one of these other ones that has that has the template available to us. And then we would copy that template and bring it over here. And then pull this up till the bleed was about 1 square. And then we'll actually want to change the view so that it's the entire card. Yeah, that's pretty close. That's really close. The bleed is about 1 square wide. And so the entire bleed of the card would be, oops, what did I do? Okay. The entire bleed of the card would be this section right here. So then maybe we can put the bleed in a light blue. And then we would take the inside of the card here, and this would be a viewable area for the card. And make it a slightly different color. And one thing that I've done in the past is for the template for the card, not sure if that's right where it needs to be, but you can insert this shape here. So that you know where the viewable area of the card is, like this. And then change that to have no fill and a line, which is a red dotted line, dash type. Like maybe like that. And then after we move this, we would still see the that central printable area. We could try and center this also, but it's probably pretty good. And then do all of the graphics inside of that area of the card, so that when we copy this full area, including the bleed, we get no distortion from the line on the outside. And of course, we would remove this line. But then when you make this 822 by 1122, then you've got the exact size for the card that you need. And we'll start with this, and I'll bring some of those graphic pieces over and start with the lands. Okay. And then if we're going to insert a couple rows here, we'll insert 2 rows here. Then we'll make it so that we can see that and the entire card. So go to View, Zoom to Selection, and then we're going to freeze these panes up here. Did we do it? We didn't do it right. Freeze panes from here. Okay, and then that would make those visible at the top for any formats that we want to have for all the cards. And then we can bleed out to slightly beyond the gray and then hopefully still be able to grab these and also be able to center anything inside of the printable, the safe line area for inside the card. And leave all of this as bleed and put nothing else out there that we really care about. And then just know that anything just outside the gray should be clipped by the bleed. Yeah, so then we'll handle that for next time. We've gone a little bit over. I'd like to raid you over to somebody. I'd like to see who we've got. Who we've got out here. Now, nobody's going to be making a game design that I've seen, but we raided over to Snacks yesterday. We have some of our friends playing Fortnite. We've got Phil in here, so maybe not Ark. There's a whole lot of Ark happening. A whole lot of Ark. I've got not on right now. Let's try and refresh this and see what we've got. You talked about ding dongs for a really long time with Snacks. Yeah, everybody from the Great Reef is playing Ark Survival Ascended right now because it's got the Easter event on. So I tell you what, I love Snacks. I just want to do it again. So I'm going to raid you over to It's Snacks, and I'll do some more of this work outside of the... Did we get that? Is it going to do it? Did it not do it? It's not doing it. What's going on with my chat, guys? It's Snacks. Unable to raid Snacks at this time. Everything's broken. Let's refresh this and see what we get. I think maybe It's Snacks has it off. Does he? Okay, looks like it's going to do it now after the refresh. So go ahead and let him know that you came over from QuestAL TV, and I love that guy. Yeah, It's Snacks is a good guy. So let me get over to his channel over here, and I'll pop up some more of these in a second here, but on my gameplay screen, I have the ability to let you preview his window here a little bit. And we'll pop that up. There you go. He's running around on his bug in Ark Survival Ascended. And it'll be fun. Thanks so much for joining me over here. And I'll get a bunch of this stuff ready for the next time. We'll see what we do. You do need to do your Pilates, though? Ooh. Cool, cool. Well, thanks for joining me over here on QuestAL TV. And whatever you find to do it with all your might. And give somebody some love. And I'll raid you over to It's Snacks now.